lately you don't feel like yourself, and you kinda hate it. You suppress all of the thoughts in your head and say it's complicated. You hide your pain, but I can see it etched on your face. I know the feeling, swear you're okay, but you're barely breathing. Don't you walk away. 'Cause I feel you getting lost, I feel you trailing off. Feel it in your words when you say there's nothing wrong. There's something so subliminal about the way that your hands shake whenever you talk. You stare into space like you're lost in your thoughts, surrounded by your paper walls. Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. I was so caught up thinking about myself, never took time to listen. Couldn't see that you were going through hell. Now you're cold and distant. You say you're fine, but your heart is bleeding. Feed me those lines, but they lost the meaning. I know something isn't right. See the demons in your eyes. I know you're afraid. I feel you getting lost, I feel you trailing off. Feel it in your words when you say there's nothing wrong. There's something so subliminal about the way that your hands shake whenever you talk. You stare into space like you're lost in your thoughts, surrounded by your paper walls. Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. Won't you tell me now? You never answer when I call, locked in your room and so it don't. Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. I feel you getting lost, I feel you trailing off. I feel it in your eyes when you say there's nothing wrong. There's something so subliminal, so subliminal about the way that your eyes shake whenever you talk. You stare into space like you're lost in your thoughts, surrounded by your paper walls. Tell me what's been going on.
Don't you think we could be different if we could just take it slow, let it go, roll down all the windows, feel the wind rush the blue, hear the music, take the groove. Don't you know all I'll ever really wanna be is a connected high, you and I, pinnacle, climactic vibe. Show me yours, I'll show you mine, you don't have to pretend we're shy. Let's forget the 9 to 5, I just wanna feel alive. Take it slow, let it go, roll down all the windows. Show me yours, I'll show you mine. You don't have to pretend you're shy. Take it slow, let it go. Take it slow, let it go. Take it slow, let it go. Let's take a trip to uptown. Don't you wish we could be out of sight, out of mind? Take my hand, don't go slow. I'm chasing the afterglow. Dance with me, wild as me. Finally got some clarity. Don't you know all I'll ever really wanna be is a connected high. You and I, pinnacle, climactic vibe. Show me yours, I'll show you mine. You don't have to pretend we're shy. Let's forget the world outside, turn it up to overdrive. Take it slow, let it go, roll down all the windows. Show me yours, I'll show you mine. You don't have to pretend you're shy. Take it slow, let it go. Take it slow, let it go. Take it slow, let it go. Let it go. Don't you wish we could be out of sight, out of mind? Take my hand, don't go slow. I'm chasing the afterglow. Dance with me, wild as me. Finally got some clarity. Don't you know all I'll ever really wanna be is a connected high. You and I, magnified. Show me yours, I'll show you mine. You don't have to pretend we're shy. Let's forget the word outside, turn it up to overdrive. Take it slow, let it go, roll down all the windows. Take it slow, let it go, let it slow, let it go. Take it slow, let it go. Put my hand up a soul. Show me yours, I'll show you mine. You don't have to pretend you're shy. Take it slow, let it go, let it slow, let it go. Take it slow, let it go. Let's take a trip to uptown. Don't you wish we could be out of sight, out of mind? Take my hand, don't go slow. I'm just in the afterglow. Dance with me while the thief found I got some clarity. Don't you know all I'll ever really wanna be is a connected high. You and I, pinnacle quite magnified. Show me yours, I'll show you mine. You don't have to pretend we're shy. Let's forget the word outside, turn it up to overdrive. Take it slow, let it go, roll down all the windows.
Let the flame ignite. Let the flame ignite. They like to judge me before they get to know me. But while you're joking, I was getting me some money. Flying across the country, now they're flying for me. Broke a record back in Donny, that's a different story. Don't ask me if it's wrong or right. This is for the lies you've been leading all my life. And you better run in here. Let the flame ignite. Don't let me tell you twice, I'ma let the flame ignite. Let the flame ignite. They like to judge me before they get to know me. But while you're joking.
Good evening, everybody. It is Thursday night. You know what that means? It's time for NECC Overwatch. And after a little bit of a break last week, it's time for the end of the group stage. LaFon, this is where it all comes down. We actually got a couple of matches that matter as well tonight. Everyone has something to play for. And I mean, it's super exciting, right? I mean, we're getting to that pointy end of the season. This is the pointy end of the season before playoffs.
Yeah, in fact, the final stream of the regular season, right? So welcome indeed as we get on board, and yeah, let's dial right in actually with our first match. Let's just get right into it because you said these games matter, and in fact they do, right? If not for seeding, then for pride, and I think for this first game a little bit of both as we get into it. Both these teams sitting pretty high atop the standings in this first game, 7-1 coming in from ESU overall, and then AMCAT with an 8-0 record overall. So with that being said, I mean, ESU in control of their fate with a win today could absolutely take number one overall.
They really could. It's all going to come down to the tiniest details because even map differential is going to matter between this. As long as AMCAT doesn't lose, or if they win it, they lose by 3-2, they're secure. Any other outcome where ESU takes either the 3-1 or the 3-0 victory, then they're taking the number one spot. So yeah, they definitely have something to play for, and pride is definitely on the line. Because obviously, you want to finish out on number one. You're so close. Just push it over the line a little bit, and then you can go into the playoffs feeling confident, feeling strong. Although the anime redemption arc might also play a part later on.
Yeah, and I mean, getting that first seed, being the upper seed coming into this just makes your life a little bit more easy. You get, initial map selection, and kind of get to set the tempo of the game going into it, which is tremendous. Speaking of, actually, let's talk about our first map coming in here because, to the surprise of absolutely no one, it continues to be, a consistent theme. Lijiang Tower will be our opening sort of, gambit here, and I think this is expected. At this stage, we're talking about teams trying to play for that first place overall. I'm not surprised that we're going to Lijiang Tower, having had sort of a baseline expectation. You kind of just want to play where you're comfortable and make your gameplay, especially in this first game, your gameplay do the speaking instead of, trying to make, cheese kind of work or a map where you're not necessarily as familiar. So I'm not necessarily surprised and definitely should expect some very solid initial gameplay.
Yeah, for sure. And to know who's going to bring in lots of gameplay, we of course have two teams coming at you: the ESU Warriors versus AMCAT. And they have players on their roster. Surprise, surprise. That's how that works here. ESU's coming at you with Ape Intellect, Birdcatcher, Toga, Pikachu's You, and Hero. All starting out, I mean, in a very strong season, of course. Like we've been saying, they've almost got the #1 spot locked up, but this is the game where they can show it. And with a consistent performance like that, they really genuinely they dropped only one match. That's where they lost their maps. Every other match has been a 3-0 completely swept. So yeah, not a lot of room for mistakes on their end so far.
Yeah, as we take a look at their opposition, though, it's MCAT coming in. They are flawless at this stage of the game, right? 8-0, a chance to lock that up, actually with a 9-0 scoreline if they complete it. So, the truth of the matter is very much an interesting game we have ahead of us, and as we always do, starting off on Control for map #1.
Yes, Control Lijiang Tower, nothing fancy, nothing out of the ordinary. There was a potential, of course, for maybe Antarctica to come in. It's a little bit of a newer map, but it has been in the game for, over a season now, and with the new season. But on the other hand, if you get a new season like Season 4 is, that did have a couple of interesting patch notes coming through, I can understand going a little bit for that safety. Just, steady on, end of the season, making sure that everything is as comfortable as it can be in that prep cycle. So let's get into it. Starting on Night Markets. ESU Warriors on your left, AMCAT on your right. Starting on Control here. Lafon, Night Market. We know it so well, but at this stage, most of what we can talk about, and we should be talking about, is all those changes that came in, and if they're actually going to be relevant here.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of housekeeping things to note. Obviously, Lifeweaver in the main game is not going to be eligible for the games today, right? The 2-week duration has not come through. The second, of course, a big winner is the Brigitte in the patch notes. She got a buff with her ultimate rally now, of course, a little bit more lethal in its approach as we are underway here. The teleports will come through to the point as we do have the brawl head-to-head. Ryan versus Ramatra, a difference of opinion. We'll see who comes out on top.
Ooh, little bit of a slow teleport from ESU Warriors. They're going to land second, and it usually ends in disaster. It is a bit of a trade back and forth, but Ted Cousin is just smacking away with those Ramatra Fist. Nemesis form out. Will not be thrown off the map, and it's just a Reinhardt, the lonely surviving tank there. Not going to be long for this world, and that's these AMCAT taking the point first. And ease of execution, smoothness of that teleporter made a big difference there.
Yeah, not having your brawl characters in position early is a big loss. And there was no one to keep the Ramatra in check, right? Ted's Cousin in the Nemesis form gets so much value. We talk about the tempo tank a ton in terms of the rotational cooldowns, and making value out of Nemesis is how you get this character to excel. And AMCAT, an early fight win, forces ESU to get some changes as we go to a Zarya, Pharah, and Cassidy in play. So wholesale changes across the board.
Cassidy, little less damage on the grenade, little less health in total, so Kosumizu has to be a little bit careful as she is swapped over to that character at the moment. But this Pharah pick is always fun to see. Trying to poke out from the outside. So far, though, they're holding strong on the side of AMCAT, showing why they are the 8-0 team at the moment, holding firmly. First fight win usually means the second one, too, but they are not even expending that many resources, LaFon.
Yeah, we're going to see if, ESU going to make some changes. The big thing right now is that ESU is playing a very passive composition around the Pharah, but Toga can't get in as aggressively as perhaps they'd like because there's a lack of pocket, right? So AMCAT is going to rush down the front line, basically ignoring the Pharah a ton of the time, and I think keeping your Zarya in play is going to be critical importance, which is why you have the higher healing throughput of the Baptiste at this stage.
We've managed to get into the objective itself. We'll have to worry a little bit about the symmetric turrets that they have set up, but they have to worry even more about this walking beacon of aggression to Ramatra with the Annihilation just comes through. Kosumizu does get out of it, doesn't even have to worry about dying to, but Coast finally picks up the Cassidy on the other end. Fully charged beam, foot skip the barrier. With 12% to go, this is the moment where ESU has to make a move. They're so close to a couple of ultimates. They just need to make sure this point keeps on ticking. Otherwise, this is going to be a round that just goes to AMCAT. They do manage to make contact with the objective. Toga finds Ghost early. It's a really good start to this engagement, as they also deny the tire. Really good heads-up play from Toga so far in this particular engagement. Ted's cousin very much in domination of the point, but with that Graviton coming through, there could be a little bit more. No, Toga immediately gets taken out just as they press their Q button. And with just Zarya on the point, supported by the little old Lucio, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to hold on for all that long. As I say that though, Kirgo comes back in. The support is there, and Atwood will also be found. But in the end, it doesn't look like the numbers are going to come back fast enough. They aren't reducing AMCAT's numbers by any means, and it is indeed AMCAT that finds the first objective 100-0.
Impressive stuff from AMCAT as they get that one, that first round 100-0. It all revolves around the Ramatra once again. I mean, getting that much value out of Nemesis is basically unheard of in the current stage of the game, right? A lot of teams will kite away that cooldown, you know, making the Ramatra so much more vulnerable. But Ted's cousin, I mean, coupled with the Lucio, I have to highlight that ESA Mobile, you know, just sort of chauffeuring the Ramatra around, getting them into close quarters, made it a lot more efficient and effective using the Nemesis, and you're going to win more frequently than not if you're able to, you know, just win fights off that one cooldown.
All right, nice teleport out of spawn. Get there quickly. Set up the Symmetra turrets because they're not swapping in spawn. Very different look from ESU Warriors this time around. Curious to see what they're going to come up with a Genji and Hanzo combo. Now they have their own Ramatra, so they should at least be able to match up with those Nemesis forms. But there you see it already. Vicious out with that with a Nemesis form. That's Cousin still ready to pounce when they need to. There goes the first punches. Straight into Vicious. That's the Ramatra gone. They do trade it out for Ghost to Symmetra. So there is a little bit of a back and forth going, but you want that tank in the front line in order to make your attack.
Yeah, you're not able to have any presence with your tank gone, and despite being a one-for-one trade, AMCAT will absolutely have the edge in that fight. AMCAT also back in the 15. That's a nice pickup on the Lucio, so AMCAT slowly starting to lose members here.
And they do lose their own Baptiste, but there goes Mizu on the Genji. They're trying to make something work, but so far it is still AMCAT holding up strong, taking up position where they want to, and they're dictating where this fight takes place.
I mean, AMCAT, Ted's cousin specifically, you know, why bother fighting the head-to-head with the other tank when they're just holding block? Go after the backline instead. We saw them chase down you know, the support line, and it was Vicious just kind of standing out on an island looking forlornly as the rest of the team disappeared. So once again, AMCAT not just in the lead in terms of the round, but their ult percentage so far ahead here, as ESU very much on the back foot.
It was McGravy, I think I'm paraphrasing here, who basically said, stop going after the other tank, just get their squishies. So far, that seems to be working very well for AMCAT with Ted's cousin. There's another tire from Nerfy. We'll at least get one. Doesn't really need to get anybody, but there you go. And with 65% and counting, there seems to be no opening in the defense of AMCAT.
And I mean, you still have to kind of deal with the annihilation into the Kitsune Rush, right? This is such a lethal combo, not just because the punches go so fast, but the annihilation is also good to mitigate a lot of the ults that ESU want to use, right? I expect to see the nano onto a blade here, but you're gonna get zoned out pretty heavily by the annihilation.
Annihilation is already out. There goes Ape Intellect. They find Pikachu's. They do get the nano blade off, and it does get a double kill, but there goes Kozimizu, and it's just a full team wipe. 2% to count. No one's gonna be able to touch it. That's a clean 2-0, 100-0 twice in a row for AMCAT to just roll over ESU. I mean, roll over is maybe just strong, but they just put up a wall and ESU kept walking into it, it feels like.
Yeah, just a tremendous performance there by the AMCAT squad. And I mean, this fight here, like, it's so tough. Comboing the Nano Blade is against this particular combo is essentially impossible. You just get zoned out too easily, right? You're not gonna be able to get into play, and banking your entire game on one ult combo that will have a response is pretty tough.
Especially in that area there, right? Because it's so closed off. Like, you don't have a lot of space to walk around the annihilation. You're just stuck to this corridor, and that's where they kept him.
Yeah, and obviously up here from the caster's booth, we have a little bit of a benefit of knowing what's coming specifically with the resources. But one of the markers that you kind of have to have if you're going to be a top tier team, and one that AMCAT I think has showcased already, is that you have to have a backup plan for when your plan isn't going to go so well, or have sort of a response to what your opponent is, especially if they're in the lead, is going to bring to bear. Here, I mean, we highlight the fact that Ramatra and the Kitsune Rush is going to zone the Blade. You probably want to use the Nano on the Ramatra instead, on your own Ramatra, instead of going for the high octane combo play, because it just gives you more options, right? Keeps your tank up. The Genji can use the Blade as more of a kiting tool rather than a damage tool. And we'll see if ESU can make those adaptations heading into map 2, because at the moment, that was a pretty tough round number 1 for them.
It really was. We do always say it's just control. It's hard to say what's going to happen on the other maps, just because, you know, game modes, map types, just map environments do make a big difference.
Yeah.
But it is definitely showing that at least at the core of setting up fights, following ult rotations, AMCAT is currently on point. ESU, they have something to catch up on.
Well, they'll have very few options left. Any other map losses now ends them firmly in second, no matter the kind of situation. So a must win from here on out from ESU if they want to take that first place position. But what a start from AMCAT. I mean, just phenomenal. Not only do they come out winning on a 2-0, it's a 200-0. They don't even give it the point at any point in time. And I mean, part of that you can argue on the first round is just an awkward rotation early. You never quite get your feet underneath you. The second round was pure dominance. I think that is a round that there were a close head-to-head, but just a better read on the ult rotations, on the positioning, on the map rotations from Anna Maria College, and ESU just don't have a response, and so they'll have to draw one up awful quick as we get into map number 2.
Yeah, and map number 2, I mean, we talked about it a little bit before, you know, Season 4 brings a lot of changes with it. One of the changes is there is no more map pool in the game, which means the map pool for NECC is also, we don't really have a map pool anymore. Just pick whatever. So, yeah, in the hybrid pool, there's a couple of extra maps that came back. Unfortunately, there is a ban on Hollywood, which it's a little bit of shame because the sky looks absolutely gorgeous now. I will say that. But it does mean there's plenty of options left to pick from, and not just the good old Kings Row. There's a good chance they'll go there, but there's just more options to sway them another way now.
This small tiny little problem of this being Overwatch players, and creativity is not a word that they particularly know. So
I know.
Spoiler alert, they are in fact going to Kings Row.
Kings Row, yeah. They had such an opportunity to maybe not go there. Look at that. We even show you 4 types of Blizzard World here on the stream. But unfortunately, it is indeed going to be Kings Row. Not necessarily something that is a problem. I think that looking at the current state of the game, it does give a lot of options for some shenanigans from different hero compositions. But that being said, it is still Kings Row. We do know what to expect largely. We're not really going to see usually a lot of things like Winston. But there is definitely an opportunity for more of that Ramatra, the Reinhardt. Maybe we will see some Diva or Zarya. There are potential possibilities. That being said, you know, as long as I see maybe one Bastion on the top of the Ramatra statue, I think I'll still be happy.
Man, you've become a North American gamer, Classy.
I mean, look, it's the one Bastion strat I'll tolerate. You know, it's the one I'm happy about, one happy to see. Everything else, I just want to see Mei. But yeah, no.
Tragic, actual tragedy, unbelievable. A Mei now too.
I've always been a Mei player. You know this.
Yeah, it's true. One of the nice things actually about with a move to Overwatch 2 actually is that, you know, talking about the expectations of compositions played on Kings Row, is that for the first time in like a very long time, I think, man, ever since the last time we had a meta where there was like multiple options available on Kings Row, I'm thinking it's probably like all the way back to Double Shield, right?
Yeah.
When Rush was just literally dead, you would run, you know, the Orisa Sigma kind of high ground setup. In the current patch, Overwatch 2, really in its lifespan, you can get away with running a lot of stuff. And I know you said, you know, you highlighted the fact that Winston, probably not expected selection. But, you know, we've seen teams make mobility work on this map as of late. You know, you highlighted the Diva. Obviously, we're not going to see in this game. These teams are going to favor,
it's because
Ramatra
of the teams in this
Reinhardt.
situation. Yeah.
Yes. But it is an interesting adaptation, you know, kind of thinking just holistically about Overwatch. How Kings Row has evolved. You know, a map that has been so stable for so long, how it has become a different look in the last little while. It's impressive.
I think the teams had the stream on. They were checking, hey, I heard Winston. Let me just flash it real quick. That's cousin tempting us. It's going to be Ghost opening with the Widowmaker. Normally you stay for one shot and then you switch, but if you hit the shot, might as well stick, right? You got the Widow out of it. Might as well see if you can get the Baptiste, maybe the Ana. The shield is in the way for a couple of shots, but it is Ghost still looking for more targets as Ted's cousin has found their Nemesis form once again and are putting a lot of aggression and pressure onto Vicious shield.
Very passive setup here from ESU. Obviously waiting for their hit scan to come back, but in the meantime, they've given up a lot of map control.
And Ghost just finds another one. You can play as squeamishly and as scaredly as you want. Eventually, the Widow is gonna find you in her sights. The Ghost putting them on the map. Only 2 eliminations happened so far, and it has been both eliminations by the Widowmaker. So, yeah, kind of a 3.8 take, it looks like.
I mean, part of that obviously is the fact that Ghost takes a ton of pressure away, but also, I mean, ESU playing that so passively.
Might be something that ESU is going to struggle with in general. Mizu, though, not going to let that happen. She's putting herself on the board, making sure that Ghost is not as freely confident. There goes Nerfy as well. Mizu just trading it right back. And this fight is over before it even begins because of the wonderful shots of the Widowmaker.
Yeah, nice little combo, too. I will also highlight that Toga uses a trap to catch Ted's cousin and then has to take the full brunt of an amplification matrix without being able to move. Even with the block, you're not going to stop that much damage from coming in.
Mizu very far forward, just stood in the window, kind of waiting for Ghost to peek out his spawn, but they weren't looking at it when it happened.
Yeah, and that's gonna back everyone up. Actually, they're going for an annihilation, I believe, from Ted's cousin, so just immediately into the thick of things.
Ooh, good shadow to try and block that, and they find Ted's cousin. The elimination is through. Nerfy with the tire has to get the double kill in order to put this back in their favor. Still a little bit of pressure without your Ramatra, and Nerfy feels that instantly. No more shield, no more tank in the way. Reinhardt is free to work as they want, and Mizu finds it back. Now they gotta stop this cart. Mizu just wants to do it all on her own, I guess.
And AMCAT have kind of fallen apart. A very collected team on Control has become very chaotic on King's Row. Let's see, is Ted's cousin going to stay on the Wrecking Ball? Or are we going to go back and switch? Okay, they're going to mirror the Reinhardt, so... it's interesting that they're going to the Reinhardt when they're running an Lucio Kiriko. You don't have the same level of sustain that Baptiste does.
You might be looking at an old value calculation. If they're constantly getting shattered when they have Annihilation, you might as well not have Annihilation at all, it seems. Instead, though, Toga now trying to get behind the enemy team with that Junkrat. Has the tire ready, too, just walking through the entire backline, not getting touched at all. Now is ready to press that button to light up the skies with a Rip Tire. Be Nerfy fighting Ape Intellect, unfortunately for them. The Ghost just got it taken up because they only need the SMG for a couple more shots. And then the Rhine battle is now firmly in control of Vicious, especially with this Widow in the backline. Mizu absolutely unlocking on this map.
Ghost may have gotten the first 2 pickoffs of the game, but they're going to be the one forced off of the Widow first. Mizu finds the in-for-sight kill on to the Kiriko as well. That's going to be a delayed play as AMCAT have to reset.
You hear her just thinking, don't do it, Hanzo. Don't do it. Don't want to peek me. I have my sights out, but unfortunately, Ghost knew better. They were smart about it.
Yeah, the problem here in this next fight is that ESU still have so many tools to work with. As long as they don't play too close together, they'll be totally fine, even if Ted's cousin manages to hit a Shattered, right? Nano Boost in play. You've got the Amax coming up as well.
Good block. And there goes the counter Shatter. They can't really follow up, though. They was missing too much health. Are they going to try maybe get them off the pit? They do get them off the cliff, indeed, into the Omnic homes that have been established there for God knows how many years at this stage. It's going to be a pretty solid push there for AMCAT. Very big play, especially on the Reinhardt side. Just blocking the Shatter, countering it instantly. Because Mizu is not slowing down, but the cart also isn't.
Ghost gets taken out once more, so there is actually a window here where a recontest can kind of come through, especially with Toga's Rip Tire, actually.
Yeah, Rip Tires on both sides get eliminated by a Fire Strike and a Widow Shot respectively, but his cart is halted on the border. Oh, they can't get back in on time. I think that's a checkpoint, and it surely is. Nice play with the CC out of both the Junkrat and the Reinhardt. That's causing a little bit of trouble, though, on this corner. Doesn't want to get stuck in there, but it's going to be Nerfy helping out. Gets Toga out of the way. Junkrats being traded back and forth, and Kospizu still with the Widow shots. Not in trouble at all. Just chilling on the high ground, shooting heads all day long.
I mean, Kospizu absolutely saving this play for ESU, actually. The retreat from AMCAT has been sounded. And in fact, I mean, AMCAT forced to retreat despite having the first 2 pickoffs, right? A combination of great great healing from Ape Intellect and Kospizu, when needed, has come up with the eliminations. So ESU will hold again, and AMCAT, despite having, you know, sort of aggressive setup, their time bank has evaporated to almost nothing.
Yeah, the time bank has definitely been going down a lot, especially in that street space. Now looking at this particular fight, what is going to happen? It's going to be a Reinhardt versus Reinhardt battle once again. The shatter hits from one, it hits from the other. They both lose support. They both lose their Junkrats. In the end, it's going to be Ted's cousin that gets taken out by the high ground support of Kospizu. Once again, the Widow is in play. Doesn't quite get the charge. I think they maybe could have gone for the Kiriko. They just didn't want to. They want to cancel it. Didn't want to take the risk. Vicious playing conservatively in that situation. They did their job. They won the fight already.
Now here's the early aggressive setup as Ted's cousin goes on to a Winston now.
Oh, the Winston is out. This is the point to do it. Ghost finds Kospizu. That's the opening they were waiting for. No more Widow to worry about. And then immediately the aggression is through. Ted's cousin using both the high ground and the pressure forward. The Toga gets pushed into the Dragon. So does Vicious. And it's just the supports on the field. Gets a sleeper on the Reinhardt. I think Pikachu will be able to get away from this. The tire is just going to zone. I don't think it's going to actually get anybody because you can just wait and spawn for this. But it's definitely a good zoning tool. This card's going to be rolling for a little bit longer as they switch over to the Orisa now. Vicious on it, as well as the Reaper from Kospizu. Don't want to deal with that Scientist for too long. A lot of shotgun shots coming your way soon with a beautiful anti-date to start it off.
Still, AMCAT forced to retreat ever so slightly now as the Ant Matrix comes through. Down below a minute is the critical thing here now for ESU. Still have a Nano, and you're coming up on a Riptire. Things are looking really good for the defense.
It's gonna be a very strong position to play from, especially if Ted's cousin already has to back off and has used their bubble. Not that close to the Primal Rage either. There's a good window to take them out before they get that energy online. Deep dive with the Sound Barrier. We'll be able to stay alive for a little bit longer. Toga's Riptire doesn't get anything, but everyone in that little corner can just get healed up by the collective healing of Ape Intellect and Pikachu's. With the Nana Boosted Reaper, Kospizu gets this shotgun blast people in the face. No one's going to be getting out of this one alive. The time is going to tick down. No one's going to be able to touch. And the cart will stop just shy of the 3rd checkpoint. But that is a very key place for the cart to stop.
Incredible stuff from ESU, playing their economy perfectly, not overcommitting to kind of engagements, allowing AMCAT also to waste resources, I think is a critical thing. In the final fight, when you need tools to kind of punch through defense, it's ESU who comes up with the solutions, right? They're the one who have, the Nano Boost, the Riptire, and it doesn't really matter that you don't actually get any eliminations with it. It zones enough. It was enough of a threat that AMCAT felt they needed to use the Sound Barrier early and kind of spend all their tools, right? So ESU, once again, I think just a good read on how the fight should play, and immediately now back into the game. This is a very winnable situation for them.
Winnable or not, they still have to do it first. And we saw how passive they were sometimes in defense. I am a little worried that they won't be able to put enough pressure to push through the defense of AMCAT. We did see happen on Control a couple of times. But new map, new game mode, new chances, as they say. Spray combos. Get to see them all the time. Well, there's been a couple of new good ones actually in the game since Overwatch 2 came out. They are paying attention to that. We got a couple of duo emotes as well, like the Roadhog Junkrat, the Pop and Lock I think is going to come out this season. So I'm looking forward to that. But for now, I'm mostly looking forward to this attack. Kospizu already on the Widowmaker, as I would say almost expected. You do see Toga be the first one to go down.
Yeah, Ghost is going to be a real threat in the backline here. This is actually a very risky translocator to have it this far forward. So they'll be okay for now. All this does, by the way, is just buy time for... This is bold from Ghost, from Ghost.
Yeah, Ghost just on the Sombra going to the back line does find the elimination, so that's cap in their feather in their cap. But Tess Cousin is getting pushed back slowly by this Reinhardt. Hasn't popped Nemesis Storm just yet. Toga now just in the back line firing away. Doesn't even have to worry about anything. He's putting a translocator back on the high ground on the mini, and has a safe place to return to. Fights Ape Intellect as well. Currently, Ghost is actually just being a ghost, assassinating everybody in the back line. And the follow-up is there. Ted's Cousin fights Vicious. The support difference was noticeable. ESU Warriors got to go back to the drawing board for another attack.
I mean, ESU knows where Ghost is going most of the time. You just need to kind of challenge this Sombra player. They cannot be allowed to have such an aggressive translocator over and over. ESU makes some critical changes now. And AMCAT actually lose one of their big tools coming to this fight, the EMP.
Yeah, there's the Annihilation, does get slept and then pushed away by the Orisa. Orisa not going to go down to this. Vicious is completely fine. Annihilation is eventually going to run out, of course, but there's the EMP. It goes straight onto the backline. Ape Intellect on a little bit of pressure, and Cosmiza will finally fall to the Annihilation. That little bit of burst was enough to do it. The Annihilation is now finally over, and there's another Nemesis Storm just to throw back more punches onto that front line. Vicious eventually is going to go down. Another hack from Ghost, facilitating that elimination. Finally, ESU Warriors, they're looking to have a lot more resources on the board. This might be their shot.
Yeah, that was expensive for AMCAT. Not being able to turn with a Kitsune sound barrier Annihilation, forced to use the EMP afterwards is the big thing. Now, the problem is this Riptire can deny a lot of the Ant Matrix's power just by kind of finding an early fight.
Yeah, already the tire is out, but Ghost will find the elimination on the ulting Junkrat. Toga will find elimination. No supports are left. There goes Ted's Cousin. Is his tire going to get anything? It does not, while Ghost does fight Ape Intellect. This is keeps going back and forth, but it's all on Ghost. Ghost is the only one that really gets eliminations here. Gets another one in Cosmizu. They might just single-handedly get everything here. But there's no one else. No one of AMCAT is even close. I think this point's going to take over. Ghost is going to try to touch again, but they are indeed the only one. No, there's the Lucio. And Wood is also standing there as the Kiriko. Ted's Cousin is back. This might be another opportunity to go, but they don't have Ghost this time around. No more sneaky DPS in the backline, and you instantly notice it. They just push back forward straight into AMCAT, and ESU Warriors do find point A.
I mean, still, that fight did what it needed to. It forces both support ultimates out from ESU Warriors, and now they have nothing. I mean, a Deadeye, sure, but we've already seen how ineffective that is in general. And now AMCAT also have an EMP set up from Ghost, who on the flank is going to continue to just be a nightmare. So Cosmizu, I mean, will likely try and pull the Deadeye on the approach. And then Ghost is just going to set up for an EMP afterwards. It's a really tough place to be. So despite not actually getting much in terms of not getting a true contest, you still force value in your favor.
There's the EMP once again from Ghost. Goes straight onto Toga, but Toga will be healed up. It's a nice immortality field coming out from Ape Intellect. Not getting not falling for it this time around, it seems. And with the pressure onto this backline, they're finding ESA MOBA. ESA MOBA on the Lucio, getting taken out early. It's not a lot of resources into this Annihilation. They can't just speed into the enemy team. Doesn't look like they need it though. They find Cosmizu, they find Ape Intellect, and there's just too much healing on this Ramatra. They're going to survive, and it's going to be Ted's Cousin once again pushing forward with the strong arms of Yamnik.
Toga may actually end up just being delayed here.
They get out,
actually. Not bad. Really nicely done that they survived. Buys them a little bit of time. Still, I mean, that fight, AMCAT, a little out of sync. Once again, it's a little bit lucky that the time bank was so good, or the defense was so good on first, because ESU are in prime position to kind of close this next fight out and arguably take second point.
Looking like a strong start to a fight. If this target can get anything, the sound barrier is well timed. Unfortunately, Cosmizu has to try and get it back with a high noon. They do find a trade goes for Toga. So you miss your Junkrat, but you also miss a Sombra on the other side. That doesn't matter, though. The Junkrat was more valuable. Nerfy gets a double kill onto the backline of ESU Warriors. No more support, so that means Vicious might get the elimination of Nerfy. That's where it ends.
Yeah, that's an unbelievable kill from AMCAT to identify the rotation that ESU want to take, and they force another fight where the nano boost is wasted. Tremendous stuff there from AMCAT. I think the other thing too is they're upping the tempo of the game, playing very quickly. Using sound barrier to engage is not often, a reliable metric for winning. But what it's doing is it's forcing ESU to play a little bit scared, and that's giving AMCAT map control and denying ESU easy pathing into the map. So we now find ourselves in last fight territory in a nearly true neutral one.
This is going to be they need to get this checkpoint now, or they can pretty much kiss their dreams of being a #1 in the group goodbye. Good hold so far from AMCAT, and it's holding stronger even longer because Mizu and Vicious already out of it. And it does look like AMCAT does not want to take any chances on this one. They're going to take the 2-0 lead in the series, and they don't want ESU Warriors to have even the slightest bit of hope of even winning a map at this stage, because AMCAT holding strong on defenses.
And indeed, I believe that now cements AMCAT as first seed heading in. As map differential, I do not believe they can be met any further. And now one map away at that from just being a flawless season for them, having that 9-0 scoreline.
9-0 scoreline. They're fighting for it. They're definitely staring towards it very aggressively at the moment. But ESU Warriors showing a lot of good signs in that particular map. There was a lot more back and forth between these teams than there was in the first map. So they're maybe just warming up in the series, LaFon. Who knows? Maybe Escort will be their chance to shine.
Oh, it'll have to be, right? Last chances as they are from here on out, reverse sweep required if ESU wants a chance to take AMCAT down.
Reverse sweep SU is what they also call them sometimes. I don't call them. They call themselves that, but they haven't had a reverse sweep all season. So this would be their first time to do it. That being said, to warm up or at least get ready for their reverse sweep attempt, I'm going to give them a few minutes to just deliberate, figure out what map they want to go to, and how they want to execute all of this, because there is something to talk about. We'll see you guys in a few minutes as we let them deliberate.
We can set the world on fire, fire.
Welcome, everybody. Hope you grabbed some snacks to settle in for what could potentially still be a very long series. But LaFon, there is an uphill battle to climb for the ESU Warriors over here.
Absolutely. And that is an 0-2 deficit that they find themselves in, right? The closest you can get to a loss without actually losing. A reverse sweep is required. We do know what our third, potentially final map could or is going to be. Dorado gets banned out, so we get to pick Junkertown on this way through. And I mean, not really surprise, especially with how well Cosmisu has been playing on the Widowmaker. A map that can really favor snipers.
She's just been popping off on that Widowmaker. What can we say? It's just, you know, it's, when you're feeling it. And Junkertown is the map. I would say it's almost like the main map for snipers these days. I mean, unless you go to Watchpoint Gibraltar, that might be some. And there are, like, mostly escort maps that are pretty good for it. Junkertown just feels, especially that first point, like it's sniper galore. You got the Widowmaker, you get the Hanzo, and you can just go on both flanks, and everyone else down the middle, and conquer it that way. But, you know, Overwatch 1 strats, Overwatch 2 strats, there is a big difference between them. We have seen a lot of anti-flank being much more successful in Overwatch 2.
It's also interesting in that we've only seen these teams play brawl-adjacent compositions in this game. So the question is, what are we going to see here, right? This is the first map where I think brawl is not the most effective comp as a possibility, right? So definitely going to be an interesting adaptation for our teams.
So one Winston come through, of course, from
a little bit
cousin, but yeah, I mean, we might see some Stigmas come through. Could be some Marissa that gets played a little bit more. But yeah, in general, because this map is so open, and afterwards you still have to do a little bit of high ground, and then you know, there's all these chaotic things happening on Junkertown. Usually when you play that brawl, you just cannot keep up with all the changing angles, and that's an issue if you want to defend against them and the other teams abusing them well. So looking at this map, going to get into it in a little bit. That's not what we're expecting them to do, but teams can be tricky. Teams can be stubborn, and sometimes they just sit in that little hut in front of the spawn and set up with a May Reinhardt and don't let you move that cart for like 5 minutes.
Interestingly, ESU are playing a brawl comp. Well, okay, that's kind of overselling it.
I was gonna say
they're playing a brawl tank and then double sniper.
I mean, Vicious is going to be able to hold their ground quite well, especially if Cosmisu and Toga don't exercise a lot of effort from the supports to help. And then Ape Intellect and Pikachu's You can help a lot in the tank battle, both in the Squirt Orb, Anti-Nate, and Sleep Dart. But Ghost has other plans. Says, I'm the best sniper in the world right now. Ana, back to spawn. There goes Ape Intellect as well. Very early picks in these supports once again. ESU gonna have to get back to spawn, have to get away from this. This Cosmisu, as good as they are, I don't think she's gonna be able to get a 1v5 going.
In a vacuum, Ramatra just basically runs over the Sigma, right? But Overwatch is not played in a vacuum. It's not played in a 1v1 situation. The big problem right now is the DPS for ESU, and the supports too, are not going to play in the same area as the Ramatra. And what that means is that Cosmisu just has such a more difficult time. They're going to have a shield in their face basically 100% of the time, which means the duel is going to be won by, you know, the Widow on AMCAT more frequently.
It should be, but Cosmisu says it doesn't have to be, especially when Tess Cousin is so distracted by Vicious all the way on the flank. And now it's the Widowmaker and the Hanzo on the carts trying to stop the rest of the AMCAT to push it in. Tess Cousin puts a wrench in those plans. It's even going to be an attack on the high ground. They do get ESA Mobile out of the way. But Ted's cousin finds Pikachu's You. This is just going back and forth. Ted's cousin is trying to carry it on their own. They're doing it. Just a Sigma is all you need. A little bit of heals. And he can just annihilate a squad.
It's really good that that Ted's cousin won that fight for them, because they made it so difficult for the rest of the team.
So
hard. In that one. Yeah, the shield press just not there, and so they force Ghost to take a true 1v1, an isolated duel. The whole point of Overwatch is to stack the fights in your favor. Don't give your opponent true duels.
Yeah, never do it. If you can make it a 2v1, make it a 2v1. Not a 1v1. You don't have to. That's the whole point. You have a team for a reason. Play like it. Especially these teams. They are obviously in comms together most of the time as well. Gonna get the proper Widow duel now. Infrasights are out for Ghost. Trying to find a head. Oh, they get the Ana almost again, but they finally get Kozmizu. The Infrasight was almost gone, but not quite. They find Pikachu's eventually anyways. What a problematic defense so far for ESU Warriors on the second point.
Where Zen gets caught out as well. The big problem here is that Vicious is not going to be able to generate a ton of charge on their own. Maybe if they dueled Nerfy, but Nerfy was not even in the conversation, so they'll be taken down.
Kozmizu has enough of the Widow duel. Just says, I'm going to be in your face with Shurikens and Blades. Perfect start so far to it. They finally find that pick once again, and Vicious, even though they're stuck in this little room, are able to find a bunch of eliminations. Nowhere else for the damage to go but into their bubbles. Get a ton of charge of that, and almost generated Graviton.
You have very fancy footwork from the Zarya as well to kind of just bounce back and forth between the shield and take out those players. I will also say, AMCAT lose a little bit of their focus fire, and just, again, back to just taking isolated duels instead of working as a team. A little bit of a tough place to be.
Confidence was there. I thought they may have felt like they were cleaning up, but they definitely were getting cleaned up at that stage. Nice push in here from the Zarya. Vicious just chasing away the Sigma out of that. And with the bubbles and the charge that they have, there's a good Graviton. Is there a Transcendence? There was. It wasn't there on time. Nerfy still gets found. Too much burst before the Trance comes out. And with Kozmizu just doing things in the Genji at the moment. Gonna be a tough sell. And now they lost the Transcendence as well.
Yeah, that's I think a bit of a miscommunication there from AMCAT. This also means that this Blade now has no response. Nice sleep too.
Now we were waiting for Pikachu's and Ape Intellect to make some good moves, and every now and then they have these outliers, these sleep darts, the immortality fields, but sometimes they also just go down at the wrong time. And there it is, both of them, one of the first ones to fall. Just Toga as the lone Hanzo coming back from spawn. This is going to be 0.2 capped. Well, about 150 on the clock. It's going to get another minute and a half on it. A little over 3 minutes for 0.3. There isn't a whole lot of time for this section of Junkertown, but they've just been steadily cruising so far.
Yeah, I will say that fight, AMCAT actually play as a squad. They focus the same target down all at the same time, and that makes life so much more easy, right? In this kind of setup. Now, keep an eye out. ESU likely to go for a Nano Blade.
Nano Blade is indeed out. Gets Nerfy already. Just jumps over the trap. Nicely seen and dodged as well. They know it's there. It was so good to see. Like, just a little over, dashed a little higher than you need to, just to dodge the trap. And mechanically finishes off the monkey as well. That's cousin. Not gonna be able to continue that fight. And well played.
A really nice combo play there. This time, there's no defensive utility. Again, that sound barrier was not brought in time. ESU make the read. And for the first time this game, you know, in 3 maps, actually have a way to have the Blade find success.
Fire once again goes through the opening here. Finds Zarya, but the bubble came out just in time. Nice timing. Action and Vicious. Very audible tire coming your way. Should be doable. It doesn't always happen that way. Ghost fires up the dragon. Takes a piece of the mortality out of the equation. Is that going to be enough to stave off a proper defense from ESU Warriors? So far, they are pushing them back a little bit. Tescus's going for that jump in past the application matrix. Another bubble is out, but there's a huge Reaper in your face with double shotguns to keep it charging. Don't know where he gets them from, but the ethereal spawning off them does definitely make life a lot harder for a Winston. Toga, though, under pressure from the Hanzo. No worries for Tet's cousin. Kozmizu finds the Hanzo eventually, but it is still just a Reaper left. And that's not something you have to worry about as a Winston, a 2 HP Reaper. There we go. 129 on the clock, and now we're getting to the end phase of this map. Almost a completion. Saw this win at King's Road, though. There is an opportunity to stop it.
There is a Graviton Surge as well, and even the sound barrier is not going to be able to collect through it all. If multiple people are caught, you just lose Lucio.
Oh, sound barrier went off, but it didn't actually connect. It got the sound barrier into Graviton just before it hit the ground. That's a huge resource gone. Vicious will get beautifully activated, slept, and taken out before Bubbles can do anything of note. 60 seconds on the clock. Toga very close to the death loss. Will probably activate it instantly, but gets just blown up by Nerfy. And then a boost of Junkrat in your face is not what you want to see when you're on any health, let alone in a couple of bars. beautiful. Pulse Bomb will unfortunately go amiss when his Wrecking Ball is spinning to win here. Vicious trying to hold on to this objective, trying to hold on to this defense. They want to get this time as low as possible and maybe even get it to 0, and get it to overtime and just get this cart stopped right here. It's going to be a tall order, but they can potentially do it. It could sleep dart on the Tetsukaze. It's a good start, even though they had the Primal Rage out. Vicious still rolling around, making sure this cart cannot get any further. And in the end, they're just going to be the only one left on there. Vicious will eventually get taken out as well. Just a lone Lucio gets zapped to pieces. And with 12 seconds on the clock, AMCAT Overwatch is going to make it across the line.
Inevitable final fight, but what a delay from ESU. The Warriors get pretty hefty time back down to, near 0. We are on escort, so in this essence, it's just a case of you're not going to actually prevent a secondary attack, but it gives you an opportunity to force on the second run fewer attempts at the objective. So really, really good stall. Down 3 players. And now, this is an interesting look because ESU have to finish the map, and then we'll have to go to another attacking half as well. So very much this first and second point would be of critical importance. A speed run for them would put them in a pretty decent position, and we'll see how well they're able to do that.
So far, AMCAT Overwatch has always been driver's seat on their own defenses. ESU Warriors have had trouble to break through. But on a map like this, when you've got Kozmizu on your side, when you don't have to worry about the Ramatra dominance of Tetsukaze as much, should be an opportunity to turn that around, to change the status quo, to change the script, to flip it on to AMCAT. AMCAT has plans. They're holding close. I don't know if ESU Warriors is going to be aware of this.
Attackers incoming.
Oh, good shows you already out. There goes Kozmizu. That's a 2K. Can get the third. They don't have to. They're in spawn. They're going to wait it out. And that was instantly value. 50% ult charge on that shatter.
Yeah. Some switches coming through as Kozmizu. I think is going to take. Oh, they don't even get out of spawn. Ghost is ready for them.
I doesn't have to worry about anything as well. Look at the angle they can hold just because everything is in spawn. There's only 2 doors they have to really watch. You get the rest of the Kozmizu in the spawn door that must burn if you're a Mercy. The Bastion is out. We finally see it. The North American Bastion play. It comes through. Kozmizu finds Atwood, and the door has been opened. The floodgates are going to be burst anytime soon. AMCAT cannot just stay around here for free, and Kozmizu shows that by taking out Ghost. No more back support. No more sniper support from distance. Then they finish up this Lucio 1 HP. They cannot, but they don't have to because Murphy is the one to fall. Just a Reinhardt on the cart, and that's not going to be a Reinhardt. It's going to be around for long. That's Cousin goes out. And with about a minute gone, they start rolling this cart forward.
It's still a pretty decent hold, because you're going to get at least another fight, right? Maybe even 2, assuming you lose both quickly. So the big thing here is which... Kozmizu can end this fight, though, before it starts if they get a pick off, but no, Ghost puts them down. I think this will be resurrected.
And the curses are so alive.
Oh no,
today they do get the charge. It doesn't actually get cancelled. I don't think they had the angle to really charge it. They might want to time it for the resurrected target. It's a little early for that one. There is just face up, and they find Ghost. Ghost is out of it. Kozmizu already starts it off. So much space all of a sudden created for ESU Warriors.
This is be a very... oh my goodness. ESA Mobile just... Yeah.
Oh, well, it was a beautiful thing that happened. You do have a new grenade on the Bastion since Overwatch 2 launched. It launched the Lucio into the air, and it was a perfect speed shooting moment for Kozmizu. Of course, they're going to capitalize on it. She's not going to let that one go.
Vicious also a very nice shatter. Lays down 3. AMCAT has no way to reply. And despite getting shatter early, AMCAT...
They barely touched. Yeah, shatter comes through. Ape Intellect. Oh, it cannot follow up. Good charge. Not getting shattered on their end. And now it's going to be a res as well. Numbers are even. As I stated, instantly Kozmizu finds a target, but they are getting traded back. Nerfy's Tire will not get anything as it will get taken out early. The Deflect is blocking Toga's escape route on the transform the Bastion. Ghost now on the Genji, trying to show that they can also do some nice dashing, ghost dashing as we call it when they're playing it. And that's gonna be the fight.
Yeah. I will say that even though the Riptide doesn't actually get any eliminations, it does its job. It takes enough attention away. I mean, you have to kind of focus it down, right? If you don't, you're all dead. But that just opens up Ghost to, you know, dash in for free and get eliminations. Now in the final minute, things have gotten a lot scarier here for ESU Warriors. Kitsune Rush going to be available, Blade as well. And, I mean, it's really about making sure to be able to dodge this Genji.
Yeah, Ghost cannot get in the backline for free. Is so far already looking at Cone's issue. Will select the shot, not really at the target. Now straight onto the Bastion. You can ult, but you cannot live, says Ghost. Mizu will find the Zuzu on the other side, so it's not a completely free elimination. With the Blade, they do have to find a little bit more in order to win that fight outright. They do indeed do that. 15 seconds on the clock, Lafon. They need a Hail Mary here.
They'll need someone to contest. Vicious has to stay on the Reinhardt because it's the only ult they have coming up, and they get rid of it. I mean, now it's just a straight up brawl. I don't think they even get to the point.
Oh, the ball barely touches a nice boop away. They do lose Pikachu's you instantly. Ape Intellect on a very low 2 health bars will eventually get taken out too. And yeah, they touched, but with what capacity? It's just Mizu that tries to chime in with one elimination on the ESEA mobile, but it's not going to be enough. Just a wrecking ball. Just one small target that rolls around the card to eliminate. Pikachu's you will not be able to follow suit. So, ESU Warriors put up a valiant effort. They had the chance to potentially secure a first seed, but after 2 maps, the Red was already out. They're not going to be able to control a map win in their favor. So the AMCAT Overwatch that takes the victory 3-0 firmly puts themselves in a 9-0 victory streak this season, going to the playoffs as the well-deserved first seed.
Very, very well done as well. I mean, this is their closest opposition, right, in terms of the scoreline. So now it'll be a 7-2 for ESU, the 9-0 flawless from AMCAT, and what a regular season from them as they now turn their attention to the playoffs and a hope to try and challenge for first place overall at the end of that as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if you're going into this on a first seed, there are a lot of expectations on you. We saw a lot of clean executed play from them, but there were some gaps in their gameplay here and there, Lafon. So let's see if someone going to go into their VOD reviews in the coming weeks, finds that gap, finds those errors that they need to in order to take down the juggernaut at this stage, is AMCAT Overwatch.
Yeah, I mean, a tremendous, a slightly anticlimactic finish in terms of the scoreline, with teams that are this close, but very well-deserved performance by AMCAT. And now, just again, perhaps a couple of flaws that can be shored up as there is still time to kind of react and prepare as they get set for their playoff position.
Yeah, and look, what can I say, ESU Warriors? As soon as you can use Liveweaver, just put Mizu on a literal platform. You're probably going to be able to get away with some cheeky shots right there. But I'm sure they'll find another couple of things to look over in their VOD reviews before playoffs. Playoffs are going to be starting soon, but we're not done for tonight. There's 2 more matches coming your way on this stream. We're going to throw it to a break. We come back in about 50 minutes. We'll have the next match coming up for you, so don't go anywhere. And if you're gonna, just be back in about 50, and then we'll see you then.
is left uncovered. I'm thinking about four-leaf clovers. I've got composure, silver coin. You hold me, turn me over. I never expect to forget about it. Watch as the breeze burns golden smoke that you've stolen. Feels like it's my fortune that you're folding. I'm swimming with the sharks. I'm swimming with the sharks. I can't tell you apart from them. You can't tell either. Will we love or fall in deeper? Tell me, darling, what is it you want? How the mind doesn't work like it used to. As I know I remain a danger to me, to you. Going altered by the moment, dear, and the sedation I don't sweet on survival. I'm on fire, waiting your arrival. I never expect to be sane without it. All you could ask for never made its way into your eyes. Cold in the water, cold unless you're keeping a disguise. I'm swimming with the sharks. I'm swimming with the sharks. It's out of my control. You set the play in motion. Couldn't be a bigger ocean. Tell me, darling, is this what you want? Oh, and all you could ask for never made its way into your eyes. Cold in the water, cold unless you're keeping a disguise. All you could ask for never made its way into your eyes. So very clever, leaving me to wonder what you hide.
Should I ever tell them how I really feel? Should I ever tell them how I really feel? Should I ever tell them how I really feel? Should I ever tell them how I really feel? Should I ever tell them how I really feel? Swimming in sand, take my hand, I wanna refocus. My sun, my music, my imprints.
pull the trigger. You won't find the light in the smoke and mirrors. You're screaming my name, we're lost in the haze. Baby, tell me, are you entertained? They're saying my name, calling me insane. I'm running like a bullet to the brain, 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 Welcome to the carnival, the freaks are out to play. Shut your eyes, hear no cries, and we've got games to play. Welcome to the carnival, you've made a big mistake. You make us fear the freak shows, we don't try to run away. Let's play. Let's play. Let's play. Let's play. Let's play. Let's play. Get 'em up. What does it mean to be happy? 'Cause it looks like we all don't know. Glass half full or empty. Man, we just putting on a show. Try to look to the heavens to tell us things that we beg to know. Like, what did the song mean? There's no tomorrow. Oh, you know, I try to find a purpose in my life to drive me, to guide me. Oh, doctor, I feel dead inside.
even if we try so hard, we're never gonna get this far. We're never gonna get this far. Trust me, trust me. And even if we try so hard, we're never gonna get this far. We're never gonna get this far. Trust me, trust me.
You know I'm one of a kind, or so I've been told. No matter where we go, I know we're gonna make it. No matter where we go, I know we're not alone. We face it all cause now we know that we can take it. We face it all cause we go big or we go home. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. This is paradise. This is paradise.
Yo, Your change over time, and guess who was right? Your parents told you kid, make everything alright. You want to be different, but you're still ignorant. You want to have control. You run away from home, desperately looking for strength. No place you can go, no one to stand by your side. Too scared to get help. You want to have control. You work through the night, Your change over time, and guess who was right? Your parents told you kid, make everything alright. You want to be different, but you're still ignorant. You want to have control. Baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you burn right through my soul, burning like a wildfire, dying of a miser.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for game number 2. Still been a class in the fun, bringing you the action. And next up, we're getting Augustana versus Northwestern College. LaFon, while we had a battle for first in the last series, this one is slightly different.
This one is a little bit different scoreline wise. One team, towards the upper end of their bracket, yeah. The other still struggling a little bit to try and string wins together, rather. So I think definitely a case here where one team, I think, trying to put finishing touches on their improvement through the season as they get into the playoffs. The other one playing for a little bit of an opportunity to perhaps, again, just improve as time kind of goes on.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to make sure that the improvements that you have made over the season can also show. That doesn't even have to net into a win. Sometimes just winning maps or just showing that you can go toe-to-toe with a certain team might be it. And I think, especially for Augustana, if you have the opportunity to play versus Northwestern, that is a very good start, showing that at least you can go toe-to-toe with those more, like the higher place teams in the group at the moment.
Yeah.
That being said, what if they come out with a win? That'd be something, right?
I mean, it would be. Having that again, sitting at 2-6 overall, actually inverse mirror in this one, right? 6-2 with Northwestern overall, 2-6 for Augustana. So an opportunity, though, certainly as they kind of come into this one to. I think here for Northwestern, right, their last couple of games have actually been on the downwards trend too, right? They got most of their wins earlier in the season, as we got to look at the roster here for Northwestern. A fairly limited roster in terms of their number of players, right? I believe they only have 5, so perhaps maybe one substitute here. So, a fairly straightforward roster. Don't expect to see a ton of substitutes for them. But again, they started off strong and then has slowly started to lose a little bit of ground here and there, though they are, of course, coming off a win in their last week of gameplay. So, again, in terms of finishing touches, I absolutely do mean that. It's like a case of, can you trend upwards into the playoffs? And that's really what they're looking for here.
Yeah, and Augustana, I mean, they're not completely down and out. Like, yeah, sure, in terms of map differential, etc., they are not looking too hot at the moment. But they are still in a very close contentious spot together with Blue Gold Esports in their particular group in order to try and still make it to the playoffs. So there is a postseason track here, but they do really need that win today. Otherwise, it is just impossible.
Yeah, August. Again, and this is one of those interesting things where they've had a tough season overall. I think a lot of O3s, but an opportunity here. It's not over until it's over, and the fact that they have 2 wins gives them some level of opportunity into this one. And I mean, kind of looking at that head to head, one of the wins that they got was a fairly dominant showing, right? A 3-1 scoreline in week 5. So definitely an opportunity here for them to perhaps come in and really give themselves an opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we can always talk about the maps because we do a first of 3 series. Means that we're going to start on control, then go to hybrid, then escort. If we need it, there's also still push and control, and maybe even another tiebreaker if we manage to draw on hybrid. But for now, we're going to be starting on the good olds, the reliable, the always ever present Lijiang Tower. And I mean, it's no surprise that it's been picked. We always keep saying it. That does also mean that if they play these same maps all the time, and we talk about like fine-tuning and showing improvement over the season, this is also a very good map to even statistically show whether you have gotten better. It's because you can compare those VODs and those moments so well.
Yeah, exactly. So getting into this game format number 1, I for Northwestern, my expectation, for a team that is challenging for the top of their conference, they need to come out of this one and be the dominant team, right? This is a game where they need to be the better team just by scoreline, right? You don't want to be at the end of the season or end of the regular season heading into the playoffs wondering, where are our faults? What are the most obvious things? There will be things to fine tune. That is absolutely the case. There's no team in the world that can't improve something. But the truth is, it should not be that exploitable by the opposition they have today. And so my expectation for them is that they come out very aggressive with a composition that they've kind of put the finishing touches on and just take control of this match.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, like we always say, perfection is something to strive for, but to never achieve. It's something that these teams will hopefully also live by. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, you say it. Northwestern has to come strong out of the gate, but I think for Augustana, the same thing kind of goes, right? If you want to show that you might have, if you still have that shot at the playoffs, this is truly like the go big or go home moment. There is nothing else they can do for the season. As long as they win this, they have a shot, but they do need to win, and preferably with as many maps as possible. But it's always, a thing that you can't really control. Can't control. Like that's not something to hope for as much as just the win is. But yeah, I mean, again, we're starting a Legion Tower here. Augustana on the blue, Northwestern in the red on the right side of your screen to start off with. And gonna be Control Center first. Control Center, it's explosive, it's chaotic, and it can be a bother to get back into it once you lose that first fight. So let's see what their approach is.
I mean, already we're seeing a little bit of a comfort selection, I think, step in for both squads. Northwestern going to run a close quarters brawl as Hemisphere opens up on the Reinhardt, but the Orisa, perhaps more stable. We'll see if they have the explosive damage required to actually get this fight in their side.
Accuracy versus pure spam almost from Fiddle. It's going to be Vakanko that takes out Weezer instantly. With a little bit of help from the Sojourn, of course. But there is not really a lot of dominance from either team just yet. As soon as that changes, though, the Reinhardt walks forward, Hemisphere, a lot of pressure, but that's where Orisa's so good, just pushing away the other tank, throwing them into a corner, keeping their team safe. Phantasma not going to be able to do that anymore, though, as they will fall, and eventually that first pick onto Weezer seems to be the difference maker.
I mean, LBVD, BLVD on DVD. From here on out, LBVD was probably the totality of that. But it was a lot of spam damage, and the Concho was able to get the elimination onto the Cassie, which opened up the amount of damage there. They do it again. Weezer isolated. And the other support will find value this time. And, I mean, Augustana already out second fight in a row.
And this is what makes this map so hard. They're just stuck in this choke potentially, especially against the Junkrat. There does seem to be a little bit of room left here by Northwestern. They use the application matrix to plug that hole, though, and instantly Hellspawn does go down. And Matrix making short work of that. It looks to be a quick reset here for Augustana as they try and get back into this point, and the ultimate game is starting to come online.
A very cheap fight for Northwestern, right? Having a Matrix get that much value is pretty tough. I mean, now you're forcing into a Rip Tire and then, Sound Barrier for Sustain.
Oh, Amplification Matrix out, though. Hemisphere instantly losing half their HP bar. They find Fancy stuff to the other side with a Tire, but that's probably not as much as they maybe were hoping to get out of that Tire.
I mean, you still buy an elimination, delay the Sound Barrier, and the Amp Matrix expires.
Yeah, and they had to wait a little bit. They definitely were delayed in their time, and with that Shatter, that fight is going to be over before they even know it. There's a couple extra ultimates that they were expecting to spend, but still, they win a fight, and it's 77%. It's going to be the last one.
I mean, it's the last one. It's an overclock. It's a Sound Barrier for Sustain for Northwestern. I mean, Augustana, they even need to just touch the objective. It's all about delay here for Northwestern. They just need to prevent Augustana from getting into the point.
They're going to try, but I don't think they're going to be succeeding because the Orisa is already there. The High Noon is out, though. Will not get anybody, but they do trade Hellspawn for Fiddle on that Junkrat. Both Sound Barriers try to sustain. The Overclock, though, just burns through Sound Barriers like a hot knife through butter, and that is going to be even when they would have touched. A very successful defense here. Beautiful triple at the end for LDVD, as we call them. Boulevard on DVD at this stage. I don't know what you want to make it, but... Northwestern 1-0 in this Legion Tower map as we go to Gardens.
Really well done by Northwestern. Again, controlling space, right? In the final moments, the Sound Barrier tragically just a half second too late to keep Weezer up through the Deadeye. And then it's an Overclock dueling with a... it's mirrored Overclocks, mirrored Sound Barriers. The difference is, of course, LBVD had the Ryan Shield to kind of hide behind temporarily, so... their damage was a little bit more effective, a little bit more quick, and 100-0. So a good commanding round from Northwestern jumping this map up.
This is going to be Northwestern getting the dominant position on the point again. It's going to be Mason Metra teleport in, put the turrets up, and welcome Augustana to your doom. Van Concho is going to be in a little bit more trouble, though, because they got into deep. And now it's going to be Northwestern on the back foot, trying to stave off attacking the Bastion from Augustana. Doing a good job so far, just sustaining, but no one's got the point yet. This is a good place for Augustana to start. Gets another one shot to save back. No supports online as Lucio just gets back. They might have a little bit more healing. This Bastion's going to chew through health bars like you've not seen anything before. That being said, though, they push it back to speed boost onto the other side of the point. They walk around, get 1, 2, and 3, and somehow, even though those picks came through from Augustana, it's going to be Northwestern winning that first point control.
Really good control from Northwestern College in terms of spacing. Critically, Augustana College is really dependent on the transformation of Tortoise, right? Once the configuration assault is expired, you are so much less viable, and Northwestern are able to turn it ahead. So with the May wall, they buy enough time to get their Symmetra in position, and they win the fight off of it.
Nice Symmetra wall to open it up. Nice defense. They do lose Fakancho early again, which was the same case as the last fight. They're going to be back quickly. They are Lucio after all. It is still a winning position to be in. The Shatter is ready. Gets everybody onto the bridge. That's going to be at least 2 eliminations. Make it 3. No one's going to be able to get out of this one alive on the side of Augustana. Fancy Socks. Yeah, I like Fancy Socks, but I don't think I like it that much.
Augustana going to switch up their composition a little bit here too. Hellspawn, I believe, off the Moira into a Baptiste. Lucancho has been going for some really aggressive plays, trying to knock people off the map, getting punished for it, but the rest of Northwestern is there to clean up. And I mean, now here's a one-fight situation. Augustana is going to want to place close together, but that is in Fiddle's wheelhouse as the Blizzard is online. And I mean, this is final fight. A fight win for Northwestern here likely spells the end of the map.
Only one more fight, one more chance for Augustana to show they can win a fight in the first place. Be a Dragon to start this fight off. They know which side of the point is going to take place now. They pull them all into the Regenera Surge and teleport out. The Vitality Fields are gone, and that's charged back in. They do find Fiddle on the May. Doesn't look like that's going to be enough, though. Weezer off the map. Tord is falling. Just the Mercy cannot get the res off. Fantasy Socks falling. It spells the gong. The team kill is through. And another 200-0 control map tonight, Lafon. What is up?
I mean, Northwestern, this is what I needed to see from them. I mean, we touched on it at the top of the show, right? Coming into this, at the end of the season, you need the team that is sitting up at the top end of the bracket to be able to be the dominant showcase. And this is exactly what we need to see from them. So really well done in this first map.
I will say, I do like to see that both teams have a very different idea of how they want to play this game. On both points, we saw big differences in the front, mid, and back line. Sure. And that just kept on going through. And when we go through further maps, that might also spell some, problems for either team. And mostly in terms of map picks, that might matter. So sometimes teams have these very compositional identities, and they work a lot better on certain maps and not so much on other maps. So we'll see if that's going to impact their map choices.
I'm hearing a lot of vacillating there from you in the intent to avoid King's Row. I don't think we're going to avoid King's Row.
I'm not saying we're going to avoid it. I'm just saying that their playstyle might matter depending on which maps we go to.
I mean, jokes aside. Yeah, jokes aside. Yeah, I do agree with your point in its sort of greatest form. Absolutely. The question I'm seeing right now though is, you need to find a way, if you are, Augustana, to speed the game up, because you're allowing. I mean, Vacancho, let's not mince words. Vacancho really did not do much in that second round, right? Going for the hero plays, trying to boot people off the map and getting picked off every time. The fact is, though, the Vacancho was back in the fight by the time the fight, sort of was tapering out, which means that the fight's just occurring too slowly once Augustana gets that advantage, and they're allowing their resource bank. The composition in Overwatch, right? Fights follow a certain cycle. It follows a wave, right? Like a sine wave. So you have where you're like at your strongest, then all your cooldowns are spent, and you're very, very weak until your next cycle kind of comes through, right? Right now, the fights are going so long that the point of strength is where they're getting elimination, or sorry, their point of weakness is where they're getting eliminations. By which point your opponent is now back at the top of their wave. So I need to see a little bit more speed from Augustana, especially here on the second map, if they want to try and punish the apparent flaws in Northwestern.
Yeah, and that's hopefully what they're going to be doing. Let's also hope that they have some strategies indeed on Kings Row specifically to try and deal with some things. I did like their adaptation to potentially go for like the Bastion, do a little bit more like that burst damage, trying to get through the barriers, just get through everything. But they like you said, their speed just didn't quite execute with it. Maybe they have realized that. Maybe there were some other issues that were going on the comms. All we know is that they're going to be able to try and prove that they have something under the hood on their good old Kings Row. It is going to be Kings Row. We're never really surprised that it happens. But looking at how these teams have been playing, it's still a very good start for Northwestern, a good map for Northwestern as well. I don't think they're going to be in much trouble at all.
This definitely plays into Northwestern's wheelhouse, especially because they opened up with the Reinhardt, right?
The May came out on
the May
Gardens
came out.
too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hemisphere was eating good on Lijiang Tower, and I don't think we would describe I don't think we describe Garden as a primarily Rhine-based map these days. I mean, there have been moments where you can find value, but it's a lot easier to isolate the Reinhardt on Garden in the current patch than it used to be. So to make it work that effectively, going to Kings Row means that I think Hemisphere is back in a position where they can just take the map over. And it's not like they were out of the conversation on Garden either, right? They were very much a driving force for their team. So an interesting selection. We'll see how well it pans out for Augustana.
Yep, exactly. And looking at Kings Row, they're going to start on defense this time around, so they're swapping sides. Means Northwestern gets to almost set their own pace for their own attack. It's always one of those things that you know exactly how far you have to push once your defense is over, and that can sometimes lead to different attacking decisions. But we'll see whether they're going to have to make any of those choices. Because we could just stay towards a full hold, we could stay to a full completion. Augustana is very much in the position where they still have to show what they got. So far, they have just been overshadowed by Northwestern.
5, 4, 3.
Right into it. This time, Augustana going to go for
Attackers incoming.
a Reinhardt of their own.
Defend objective
As Phantasma steps in.
Instant path to the hotel as well. The Augustana just kind of stand there, kind of taking it. They do lose their Ana instantly, but Phantasma will also just go down instantly. And yeah, it was a good start to an attack, but again, little spread, little risky, little aggressive, and just blown up.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing here is by not having a May, right, your Reinhardt is just at a disadvantage. Phantasma has to be so careful on the approach. And Hemisphere, by contrast, can sort of just walk in at will because you're not going to get separated from your team. So
they do get to walk through the choke for free, though. That choke's not being used to split. They're really using it around this archway. Again, Hemisphere backboard behind Phantasma gets the charge elimination, but they do lose two. And Concho as well as Boulevard are out of it, and Weezer is on a tear right now. They have found the forest. They're chopping down trees and lobbing it at the enemy. Augustana in a really good spot here to take this first point away from Northwestern, as it's just Hemisphere and the Baptiste to try and save it. But say it back, and Von Concho are not going to be able to save their Reinhardt. That's going to be point A, and what looked like a very strong start to a defense just got torn apart by some arrows.
I mean, yeah, Weezer is without a doubt the only reason that fight goes in that favor. In fairness to Northwestern, they isolate a bunch of 1v1s, but Weezer still has to hit those shots. They're not easy shots to hit. So sometimes your DPS player will just take over a game, and Weezer does absolutely that.
Spear not ready with the shadow just yet, but because it was ready, it was Phantasma, and Weezer had set up the dragon before it even landed. Quickly drop him on the ground, make sure you get a triple, and then it's just a Hanzo and a Lucio left, so you're not going to be worried about that cart rolling for a while.
They don't get the eliminations, though. Northwestern keep themselves alive. And
Oh, that's not good. That's not what you want to see. Run away, Boulevard. You did your job. You stalled that attack.
I mean, one good Hanzo play deserves another, I suppose.
Right?
And this is going to be very limited progress, actually, for Augustana now as a result.
They did only have to win one fight to get the cart this far, so that's still a feather in their cap, but yeah, Boulevard really ensured that this hold is going to be a lot further forward than it otherwise would have been from Northwestern. Now playing from the distillery window. Yeah, together up there with their Baptiste, but there's the Nana boost. Straight onto it. They gotta block that Shadow for Hemisphere though. Hemisphere is ready. In the Blizzard goes Phantasma. The Tire gets one in Bancancho. This Immortality Field is now eliminated though. That is the... Oh, didn't have the concussion mine ready to take down Boulevard as Tortoise just drops on them. Trying to just do it with nades. Then Boulevard with the sonar arrow around the corner takes down Weezer too. It's just a Hanzo show up to these two teams at the moment, and Boulevard winning it.
Slowing down the game there, Northwestern. Augustana needed to up the pace. They try and do so, but not quite in time to actually punish the isolated members of Northwestern College. I will say, though, that an expensive fight for Northwestern, as they used basically everything they had available to them. And Augustana now, Phantasma, you know, barely just not lapping Hemisphere in that ultimate battle. We'll have another one, and with the Hanzo going down, yeah, this is a dangerous fight to take.
It's just whose Hanzo dies first at this stage, it looks to be, but Hemisphere not gonna give up. Doesn't have to give up though. It's Phantasma that just puts it on the corner. It's gonna be a little bit of a throwdown between the Reinhardts with that sound barrier advantage. Second sound barrier always wins, they say. Going to be holding true this time around as Augustana pushes this cart straight into checkpoint B. Going to have about 4 minutes almost for the third point.
Man, what a different team this is here on the second map for Augustana College. I mean, Northwestern, a lot of this is, of course, the Hanzo getting those early pickoffs, but even beyond that, their economy for the ult game has just been better than their opponent. And I've done a fairly decent, outside that first fight on A point, I've done a great job of avoiding the Maywalls. Really well done here by the tank line for Augustana.
Maywall's also coming out a bit odd moments, like that Maywall, I don't know what the point was for it, but it definitely didn't slow down Augustana whatsoever. If anything, it's the Dragon that pushes them back a little bit. Augustana just getting ready for the next attack. 3 minutes on the clock, a little bit more than that. Coming up to a couple of ultimates, but so is Northwestern. Nano is out. They want to initiate the fight. They sure do. Nice anti-date as well to Reinhardt. Nice maybe you have a Maywall, but you're still trapped with a Nano boost and Reinhardt on your side of it. The Implication Matrix, that's the thing that really slows it up. Say it back. It's throwing it back in their face. With just an Ana to run away to spawn, that's not going to be anything.
That was also a really nice shatter from Hemisphere. I believe it hit 3. So the cleanup comes in. It also nullified the majority of that nano boost. So tough place to be. We're just talking about the, you know, perhaps lack of efficacy of the Maywall, but Fiddle comes up there. And I mean, now, speaking of the May, the Blizzard is back in play. And with how slow these fights have kind of gone, there's a very real chance that Northwestern, if they win this one, force like the last minute of play.
With Blizzard, get the effect on it. Does just freeze the Ana and the Reinhardt, unfortunately, for Phantasma and Hellspawn. Fancy Stuff's going down. That's just going to be another fight lost. 2 minutes on the clock, but it's an ultimate for nothing. They don't have anything to use themselves.
Yeah, for Northwestern, I think they need to recognize that they don't have any ults here. They need to play fast, take a very aggressive fight, force resources out of their opponent, so they can get a fight at the second corner. A very passive angle, though. They're allowing Augustana to walk in for free with these resources.
Maybe a little bit afraid of those Hanzo one-shots they've been running into all this map. Weezer doesn't have to find a pick because it's going to be Tortoise getting the first one. Nice Dragon doesn't quite get anything. It's going to be Hemisphere actually finds Phantasma after they whiff their Shatter. Get nothing for it. Dragon try and stave off Weezer, but Weezer doesn't want to give up that easily. It's going to be 1-1 between the Hanzos, and this time it's DVD getting away with it. 120 on the clock, and what started as like almost 4 minutes is basically been whittled down to nothing.
I mean, the big problem there is that was Augustana investing in that fight and not really getting much out of it. So they are going to be quite far behind in what is likely to be the final fight. I mean, a Riptire from Tortoise, you're looking for maybe a big pickup here. Is that all you've got going for you?
Four men's engaged with just the Riptire, but it came in so early that it's all they had to look at. Now Phantasma trying to get past this wall, but he finds Sayed back on the Baptiste. No more Baptiste away, but that shatter is huge. Gets 3 on the ground, 2 are followed up immediately, and it's just a run back to spawn once again, tail between their legs. That being said though, 30 seconds, plenty of time to come back, and resources coming online.
Yeah, but you have to worry about the blizzard, and I mean, if this blizzard lands on 3, it's likely to be the end of the map. You have to kind of play this one. You have to let your Rhine get frozen by themselves, and then have the sound barrier nano to keep them up. You have to clock that your opponent has blizzard.
A lot of pressure on that front line. They already found VVD, but he gets booped off the map. Van Concho didn't do much to Lee Chung, but definitely finds it here. Phantasma and Hellstorm out of the fight. It's a lot of damage to it from the Junkrat. They need to find a little more. They need to find eliminations, and they need to touch the card as well. They do manage to keep the objective alive, but it's not enough. Too many members in the way from Northwestern. Augustana's attack is going to stop fairly far shy of...
Well, we'll have to end up seeing how effective that defense is, because this was a very different Augustana on map number 2 to this point, right? Where Northwestern was all in on map number 1. In fact, there really was no apparent... they shut out their opponent 200-0 on control. Here, Augustana comes in on first and second point and really sets the tempo of the game. Now, the question is, what does Northwestern's attack look like in the near mirror? The defense has looked okay, and really a little bit lucky at times. So it all depends on how effective their offense can be, because Augustana feels like a different team entirely.
Yeah, I would say as well that Northwestern sort of adapted later into the map by holding further back. They allowed themselves more space to sort of catch Augustana and their aggression. Because if Augustana plays it aggressively, sure, let them come. If they have to bridge too far of a distance, then we can catch them with abilities after they've used most of their aggressive posture. They're kind of, you know, getting to us half caught out of breath, and maybe have already used like an ability or two. So that was like a smart adjustment from Northwestern, or at least if it was conscious. And if they can do that on their attack similarly, or if Augustana cannot show the same aggression on their defense, this might be a very similar story. But Northwestern still has to show that they got what it takes to overpower Augustana on King's Row.
That Maywall still continues to be a big threat here for Phantasma.
Going through the hotel as well. Fiddle does get trapped. Really slows him down momentarily. The wall is out. Won't block too much off. It does create a nice funnel for Northwestern to go through. That's already Fancy sucks out of it. Nice Ansel arrow in the way. Phantasma has to back off, gets Maywalled off. The Immortality Field is gone. That's going to be your tank out of it. 3:25 on the clock at that point is being caps. Nothing that can stop Northwestern.
Yeah, very nice play there. The other thing, too, is they set up an off angle. LBVD gets up on the high ground across from the objective. So even as they get funneled, it ends up being a bit of a pinch. Augustana can't really survive, those multiple angles of attack. I will say, though, Phantasma making the best of a bad situation despite losing that fight. Really close to an Earth Shatter here.
Yeah, they're also trying to play very far forward here. Not quite successful. Their spawns were on time. Oh, Phantasma didn't hold the shield up in time, and Immortality Field couldn't save them there. Phantasma goes down early, and that's just a lot of free damage coming from Northwestern here.
Yeah, we'll see. They need to keep themselves alive. If they get picked off here, this will be a disaster. They're doing a pretty good job of buying space. You're still looking at the same fight, by the way. Phantasma is going to try and... I think you have to play this one quick on a shatter. I don't know that that Northwestern will expect the Reinhardt to have this level of a lead.
Atmosphere is close enough that you can expect it as a Reinhardt in a duel, but they didn't even need it. You can just power right through Atmosphere with an Amplification Matrix. A lot of damage coming your way with its Junkrat and a Fire Strike. Nice attack there, gets Fiddle out of the way, and other than Weezer going down here, it looks like a fairly consistent win here for Augustana.
LBVD is kind of caught, though.
They do need to finish that kill. They didn't do it on their attack. They got to either chase him off or get him out of there in some way, shape, or form. LBVD, oh, I'd say they will get back to their team, but it's a very late stagger. Really almost lucky with that Junkrat nade. But it's, you know, sometimes that luck is all you need. Sometimes it's something you deserve, you know?
Yeah,
It comes your way.
Just barely not behind the shield. Augustana did a great job. I mean, this has essentially made the first point defense that has crumbled about equal. It's as if they'd won 2-ish fights because of how delayed this one fight has gone. This is a really passive window. It's actually not going to get any value whatsoever.
Yeah, Dragon pushes them back though, buys a lot of space for an attack here, but then the counter strength comes back. Fiddle, no ice block ready. This goes down to the Dragon. LBPTB will take out Weezer on the other side, so it is a Hanzo trade-off. The Shatter does come through here for Hemisphere. Did it hit anything? I don't know, because we were watching our PvP from Reinhardt and did get touched by it. Good health back gather, but there's a counter Shatter. The Transcendence comes through. It's Phantasma. You're trapped in the room with the immortal Reinhardt. That's not going to be fun for you. Augustana wins another fight of a heads-up play there for Phantasma. Too much aggression to deal with.
I mean, Northwestern also a ton of anti-synergy in that setup. Use the Dragon Strike, use a passive amplification matrix. Both of those essentially do the same job, and then the Shatter into a Transcendence. Good read by Fancy Socks to know that extra damage was coming in and to reactively activate it. And I mean, now Northwestern, you're really just looking at this Blizzard. It should win you a fight, but you've lost a lot of time.
I really have. Hemisphere, Fiddle, setting themselves up, and the Blizzard goes into the wall. They can just walk out of it. It doesn't do anything. The tire, it's not going to go off. Maybe could have gone to Reinhardt there, but it doesn't really need to. They dodged the Blizzard. The Blizzard kind of got dodged for them, I would almost say, and that is going to be another fight for Augustana. They pushed them back after all the resources have been expended. Northwestern running away with a tail between their legs and an empty war chest.
I want to give a big shout out to the DPS from Augustana for that fight, though. Breaking the May wall so that Ryan is able to escape through the back of it and then have the short Blizzard come in, right? Fiddle thinks that's a guaranteed kill onto the Reinhardt. And, you know, if the freeze comes in, maybe this is a different fight, but a very good team fire to break the one pillar so that Phantasma can escape. And now, I mean, Augustana in prime position to put themselves in final fight.
They really are. Phantasma ready with the Shatter. Hemisphere is close, but not close enough. It's a good wall, though. Charge onto Phantasma. The Immortality Field is beautiful. Gonna use that Shatter if you want to get through this, and they do. They get the name on the ground. There goes the Baptiste as well. And maybe Phantasma will still go down, but they read their job. They did everything they do, and they still live. It's impossible, you almost say, but it isn't. It's possible if you're Phantasma, and especially when you got Hellspawn behind you, because that Immortality Field was everything.
And now, I mean, this is getting a little bit scary for Northwestern College. They keep trying to force fights, and they're not getting anything going either. So, a more calm approach from Northwestern, similarly to their control, would be required here. Augustana doing a great job to continue upping the pressure.
Augustana currently close to a couple ults, but not quite anything ready. Amplification Matrix out for Northwestern. The Shatter is ready for Hemisphere. Not quite used yet. There's a lot of damage onto Phantasma. They don't even need to wait for anything. That Shatter is going to be free now, but it's going to be Hellspawn. Takes down Hemisphere before he can even land. And with 45 seconds on the clock, yes, they're pushing the cart forward, but they might not make it before Phantasma is back.
That delay onto Tortoise makes things a lot more difficult to actually contest. But I think, I mean, if Fancy can get this Transcendence, they're considering it.
Oh,
yeah, they're going.
Phantasma's going to make it in time, like I said. Not a worry at all. Fiddle is a bit of big pressure in that corner as well. They got to maybe wall out. There's a Dragon to open up some space, get Funconcho. No sound barrier this fight. They were so close to it. The Shatter does finally land from Hemisphere, and they charge Fancy Stuff just as the Transcendence ends. This is a good start to the fight still, but it's going back and forth. It's so chaotic as Hellspawn will finally fight, and they do get the payload in, but at the skin of their teeth. 1:30 on the clock. Barely anything to work with for Northwestern.
Yeah, it cost them everything. Having that Blizzard. This is just another fight where Northwestern just keep forcing the issue, rather than taking. They have a good setup, and then they just kind of invest in it. They try and force the fight before letting the natural occurrence of the map give them an advantage. And now Augustana, I mean, 1.5 fights. That's all you really have to work off of. Phantasma, who's been great at landing Shatters all game long, has an opportunity now to win this map outright for them.
There goes Weezer, already taken out. Boulevard DVD, good Shatter, good counter charge to stop the follow-up, but follow-up is not just the Reinhardt, it's an entire team. The gong won't ring for this one, but it might as well have.
I mean, now Augustana, you're playing for final fight. You're playing for the last engagement. Tortoise, the game absolutely on their hands here. I mean, an opportunity here where Tortoise, if you get one with this Riptire, it doesn't really matter what else you do with it. It's enough.
Oh, I need a good position for it too. Oh, straight up, Weezer. Boulevard walked into it. Does get the kill in the court Tortoise, but there's no supports, no application matrix, no immortality fields. Hemisphere gets a beautiful shatter. The Dragon does follow up. They get a triple on the other side, so there's still a possibility here. Hemisphere and Boulevard might have just together saved this map, but it's not there yet. The respawns are going to be there for Augustana, and overtime will start.
Unbelievable stuff there as the pick off the last second.
Oh no, Hellspawn goes too. They got to find a little bit, at least one elimination, but they just cannot seem to do it. The application matrix is enough to keep everybody alive. And Hemisphere, the sole survivor, together with the Hanzo, they save it together. The Shatter and Dragon combo is what puts Northwestern over the line. But what a fight from Augustana as they do go down 0-2 in this series.
Yeah, Hemisphere, who's been struggling to land shatters on King's Row specifically, got in multiple of them blocked. When you need the big win from your tank player, Hemisphere was there. I mean, that game
point cap. This is the first point capture.
Yeah,
going to see what happens from their POV. Weezer gets the 1, gets the 2, and then just finds another one on the May over here, I believe. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, just isolated duels, not respecting the damage that the Hanzo can put out. But I mean, a much closer game, right? A much closer game in on King's Row, and I think you needed a clutch play there from someone, literally anybody, either squad. There was no guaranteed win there. I think at 50 HP, Hemisphere still comes in, hits that shatter. That's such a risky play, right? There is a world where you play for a final fight where you reset with your team, you play off a sound barrier. That's probably the safe play to make, but that safe plays don't make winners. And I mean, for Northwestern, they're trying to be the winning team, and you can see it right there.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those situations where you got to blow off the team. You got to shrug this up for your Augustana because you got so much closer to that map win. It was literally a 1 or 2 play difference that made that map happen for Northwestern. So take a little breather, take some breath, take some time to finalize your strategy for the escort, and maybe even push another control map if you're fancying it. We're going to take a couple of minutes, give them the time to deliberate. We come back. We have the conclusion of the series. See you in a bit.
Trying not to let go of my pride, but every time you come back, it's like falling down these lies again. This feeling that I have deep down inside, I just wanna be the one you need. And now I need you by my side. I can't sleep at night. Let's get lost in time. Leave it all behind. I can't get enough of that. I'm enough. Let me be the one for you. Your sugar-coated doll is not so pure, my bad. I don't give a. You stepping on me and they call my mama. Touch you better than that. You're mad. I guess you're mad. Wore my best pajama for this drama. Why you talking like that? Like that, like that. I'm not gonna spend the night. I'm talking. You got bad things on your mind. Keep walking. Spit your words on someone else. Don't act like you're so obsessed with me, with me. You know that I ain't coming back. I'm sorry. Read my lips, you do not like that. You're drowning without me. Take it all back, but if you want my sympathy, honey, well, come as a bitch, get ready for this. I trust my best, confess. You hate me wearing the pants. If you weren't so damn obsessed with making me a perfect lie. Makeup is out, naturals in, letting my skin glow out. You took it shit if you don't like this. You still live in your man's world. I'm not gonna spend the night. I'm talking. You got bad things on your mind. Keep walking. Spit your words on someone else. Don't act like you're so obsessed with me, with me. You know that I ain't coming back. I'm sorry. Read my lips, you do not like that. You're drowning without me. Take it all back, but if you want my sympathy, honey, well, come as a bitch, get ready for this. You know that I ain't coming back. I'm sorry. Read my lips, you do not like that. You're drowning without me. Take it all back, but if you want my sympathy, honey, well, come as a bitch, get ready for this.
Welcome back. Will it be 3, 4, or 5 maps that these two teams are going to play against each other? If Augustana has something to say about it, we're going to go for a little longer. But Northwestern seems to be determined to close this one out in style. Lafon, Escort is coming up. Yeah, I mean, Control was a very clear story, but Kings Row really wasn't.
Kings Row was so close. I mean, literally one fight difference. Actually, if your hemisphere doesn't clutch up there, this would have been a tied series, right? This is realistically, that fight was drawn up properly by the defense. You use the Rip Tire to eliminate. I mean, one should have won that fight. Two on the supports, unbelievable. And the fact that you still lose it shows just that level of clutch play that comes from the tank. Now, what that means, though, is heading into third map, we don't talk about the game from a mechanical perspective anymore, a macro perspective. This is where the mental game comes into play pretty heftily. After map number 1, it was a one-sided game. I'd be like, all right, that's fine. I don't really have many expectations. After map number 2, how tilted are you is the question heading into game 3. And, it's easy to kind of take a moment and kind of examine the game from just the, macro point of view or the micro, the mechanics. But Overwatch, at the end of the day, are played by human players, and the mental game has to be addressed. And I'm less interested in sort of their mechanical approach. I want to know how well they bounce back from such a close map.
Yeah, mentioning that, I am looking forward to the AI games at some point. But you know what? This time around, we're still playing with the humans indeed. And that is a big factor. We're not going to go in and disturb them in their voice channels while during break. Don't get me wrong. But, sometimes you really would love to just listen in on those calls, like those discussions. Do they have staff behind them that help them calm down? It's something that they've, prepared for in any way, shape, or form. Is that part of their, their training, their regimen in general? Like, do they talk about that stuff? And if so, how? Sometimes you talk about play. You hear it all the time in esports and in other sports. You hear it all, about the how do you come back from a loss type of situation.
I mean, there's two ways to kind of look at it, right? The first is that you kind of use it to like hype yourself up. Like, we're right there with them. That's a close map. We should have won, right? Now let's turn it around and win the next one. You can use it as sort of fuel for your momentum. But I've also seen teams that have been in that position. They've lost a very close game, and it's shattering for them. So I'm very curious to which team Augustana ends up being, right? This is their moment to shine because they are right back in it in terms of the mechanics of it. Now they just have to show it by getting the win on their column.
It sure is. And the win that they can potentially start getting starts here on Route 66 on Escort, of course. I mean, the way that these teams have been playing against each other, I think Route 66 presents some interesting challenges for both of them in terms of composition and in terms of play style as well. And a lot of this is going to revolve around how well teams rotate, especially, regarding the the lower, but also the higher grounds that we have on this map.
Yeah, this map has also been mostly poke and dive oriented in recent memory, right? We haven't seen a ton of brawl on it. So I'm curious if we are going to continue to see, like, again, we draw back to Lijiang Tower, and Lijiang Tower, they ran brawl the whole time. Granted, we start off in control center, and Lijiang has played towards brawl a lot. But does that change now that we head into a map that is so vastly different than anything we've seen before? Or is comfort going to stay the name of the game, and they're going to stay with, trying to force the Reinhardt has been sort of the highlight here. But it's not going to be the kind of the mainstay yet again. And I think this question needs to be answered because playoffs are around the corner, and you need to have a level of flexibility. You can't kind of one-trick your comp all the way through. Not anymore, right? Overwatch is just the maps are a little too different these days to allow yourself to just pick one comp and kind of stick with it all the way throughout.
Yeah, for sure. And Route 66, like we said, no exception to the variety rule. At Lijiang Tower, that has the environmental and the close quarter shenanigans. King's Road, that's a little bit more stretched out, but still thin walls that are thick around the sides. And then there is Route 66. Very open, lots of high grounds in the way, large skybox, just a lot of room to work with, and a payload that's then snaking through all of it. It is such a different perspective that to take. You can already see the changes coming out from both of them, starting with the defense. I mean, hemisphere on the D.Va. Who would have thunk?
Well, you can get easy access to high ground here. It has D.Va's actually pretty good at counter diving because of the fact that she can use her thrusters to kind of knock back on the approach, plus Matrix to support to peel your supports. And if you're going against a Winston specifically, micro missiles a real threat. Now, obviously, Augustana are not running dive, at least not at the moment. We'll see if things change up, but I don't necessarily think that they have a free and easy approach against this composition either. They don't fight in the same places that Northwestern do, and Northwestern has the benefit of having natural high ground.
Good engage onto the D.Va from Phantasma, though. That is definitely a good start from them. I'm going to also be able to see the new Brigitte. If people have not seen how Brigitte ults now, the shield's bigger. Let's keep it at that. There's a little bit more to it, but that's where we're going to start for now. Weeds are starting it off with a couple of good shots. Trying to challenge Bakancho. Very much a DPS support player, as we've seen so far.
MSU has to be careful not to over-aggress. They are charging up Bakancho's nano pretty quickly.
Almost like they're purposely taking the damage, aren't they?
Well, they're also not getting a ton of value beside the nano, so, Yeah.
It has been a technique in the past. We've seen it in multiple support metas, whether it was the Baptiste Amplification Matrix or the Mercy Moth meta, where we had a lot of value coming out from charging up the support ults first, and then just winning the fight after. Not going to be the case this time around, though, as we do see Boulevard pick up the Weezer. Gordas was ready to try and counter pick that from the side, but didn't quite get the angle right. Now, though, 166, this is where they'll have to go. They do clean up the cart eventually. Oh, they back up it. They get it. You left.
No, they C9'd. They C9'd.
They left the Junker Queen on the cart. That's one thing you cannot do. And with almost 5 minutes, Augustana just kind of cruised through point A.
Well, reset the timer, everyone. C9 comes through. Unbelievable.
It's been 0 maps since. Yeah, no, that was an egregious one as well, because that was a cleanup fight, if anything.
Yep.
But yep, 5 minutes, and now we get back to the mental because Augustana is like, oh, they just gave it to us. Oh yeah, and Northwest is like, wait, we see Knight. Oh no. So by to flip the script here, Augustana ready for this next point.
The snipers are so uncontested at this range. It's so tough because like no one can really fight the Widow or Hanzo at the ranges they want to operate from.
Especially because they already let them go through the chokes here, right? You can really hold these chokes close and let them get through and get the angles, but they've already gotten them. They're already through because of that weird thing that happened after the point. The rest are kind of taken aback, but now they can start holding close. Make sure this Hanzo and his Widowmaker get absolutely no space to work.
It's good that Hemisphere is taking up these aggressive angles. Don't allow the snipers to set up, right?
Exactly. We're gonna get Weezer to shoot a little bit. Hemisphere already backing off to the top of the saloon. Truly on the high side. Good. Oh, that was a really good whip shot to push back Bob and then just instantly eliminate them. Nice self-destruct. Somehow finds Fancy Sucks. They couldn't get behind the Brigitte shield, I guess. Weezer is found as well by Van Concho. Another retreat from Augustana, it seems.
That whip shot actually helping Hemisphere just ever so slightly. Send them back to their team.
Falcon may have not gotten the memo, the rest of the team backed off. They'll still live though. So much sustain on that Junker Queen sometimes. Will eventually go down, but they find Fiddle on the other end, so there is an opportunity to maybe have a numbers advantage and quick attack.
Yeah, obviously coming through the low ground though as a Junker Queen is so tough. The other thing too is I don't know how you combo this Junker Queen Rampage, right? You don't have speed, you don't have any way to get in, and obviously high ground is not going to be really approachable by the Junker Queen.
Weezer is on the Tracer. There might be a little bit more close range follow-up, but as long as they cannot get through this choke, I mean, you see this happen in games all the time. I think a lot of you at home, if you play your quick play games here, this is like the place where you get stuck and everyone gets frustrated. So Augustana's got to find a way to deal with this, because this is definitely one of the harder chokes in the game. There's the Brigitte, the new ultimate. Look at that shield size. The shield stunking him through as well with the shield bash. A long stun, but it still exists. Trying to get the elimination on this Brigitte. Will eventually find it with attack visor. There's a lot of work though. The entire visor basically absorbed by that one little support. Now Tracer on the high ground really doing a number on Van Concho's attention span. They have to constantly look behind them, see where this Tracers will eventually find Fiddle. So much damage being done, and there goes Van Concho. 2 down, 3 to go. Straight after the Zenyatta. Pulse Bomb is out, doesn't quite hit the Omnic, but will finally find the follow with dual pistols. That's going to be another move forward. This card has slowly been rolling through the fight. Not going to be rolling towards that door, but there's going to be another contested team.
This is going to be a tough contest, though, because Tortoise is going to hold the high ground off with the Dragon Strike. They already know that when they'll be coming in because of the Sonic. Yeah, they're going to use it. They should let it loose now. Wait, they don't touch.
Yeah, there it goes. They are touching down. Fiddle did drop in, but then the Dragon cordons off everyone else. 245. 43 reached. Augustana gets to continue their attack.
Northwestern out of sorts a little bit. The communication seems a little awkward in this game. Fiddle seems to miss the memo. By the time they contest, the point has already been captured. It feels like they just send the wrong person in to touch.
I think they were maybe like discussing it, and Fiddle was already low ground, so they were, you know, just like, oh, we're gonna go in, and it didn't. The Dragon was in the way. Sometimes things happen. Northwestern, especially on the C9 as well, you know, seeming a little bit rattled here and there. This self-destruct not finding any straggling Baptiste. Yeah, Hemisphere. About to draw court for that one, but they do find Fancy Sucks to the follow-up. Weezer does find the Hanzo on the other end with no supports and no tank on Augustana's side. I don't think they're going to continue this one.
Yeah, Weezer will escape stage left. But other than that, no further progress earned. I think a big, quick change here to Cassidy. Just a little bit more damage. Now, Augustana, interestingly, going to try and slow the game down here as they play. Are they going to end up moving to a poke composition effectively as they bring a Sigma Zen into play? Now, Hemisphere is going to have a really tough time staying alive, staying in mech with the Discord Orb. Bit of a delayed setup there as the teleport comes in. The Kiriko quickly found out by the Helix rockets. And Augustana still content to take a fight in close. A lot of space being earned here, despite the Trackmiser coming through, and a nice play up by Tortoise as they climb to the high ground, and Tortoise has taken the game over. Quick headshot from afar as they get the DMAC in, and with the last 50 seconds left, Augustana will keep themselves fighting here. Northwestern, a quick change now to a Sigma of their own. Trying to get in the last minute. Someone needs to contest here. Kitsune rush out. Dragon Strike to prevent anyone from touching the supports down. That's no nano. There's no transcendence in the very final moments. Augustana will lose one, but that looks to be all they lose as the final cleanup comes in. 20 seconds left on the clock. And that will be round number 1 complete. Augustana completing a map for the first time this game. They'll get all 3 points here on Route 66 as they'll head to the defense.
Initiating match.
Alrighty, as you perhaps may have intuited at this point, it's myself alone on the mic at this stage. See how Augustana continues to see if they can elevate their gameplay a little bit further. Northwestern, game catching up to them a little bit, it seems. Their approach has been a little lackluster, a little unfocused at times, and Augustana seems to be on the up and up as they'll move forward here. Into the defense, the high ground controlled. All right, Northwestern, a return to the composition they started off the map. It'll be a turnaround, I think, at this stage. Weezer now on an Ashe instead of Widow, but other than that, a similar composition as they opened up. And a lot of high ground control. Northwestern, their work cut out for them for sure. This dive is going to have a really tough time getting in onto the backline.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's what Dive's job is. They have to try and get there anyways, LaFawn. Sorry for dropping out for a little bit, but I'm back. Trying to stabilize this all for you. Tortoise on that Hanzo. They're going to be having a heck of a time trying to stay up this attack, but it's all about those dynamites from Weezer. Those are the ones that I'm looking at.
Well, the first one comes out. LBVD takes a parting gift. I'll reset for a moment. Really slow approach here from Northwestern. Haven't really identified their inward progress. They also okay, they switch hemisphere over from a Diva to a Sigma.
Hemisphere gets something maybe with the distribution. Now Tortoise already found DVD on the other end.
Slowing the game down quite a bit here. As they'll continue to duel here on the cart. The Akrishi comes in, but Hemisphere overstays their welcome, and the healing just is not in time. Vacancho so far back, unable to keep the Sigma up. I also believe blocked by the shield. And so that'll be Northwestern resetting. Slow time bank. Keep in mind, it was one fight that Augustana won to get first point. So putting that as kind of the comparison.
Not really anything of notes to speak of on the ultimate side of Northwestern. They're going to have a little bit more time to build those.
The game, high ground being taken now by Hemisphere.
Oh, say it back. Nice volley on the Fancy Socks, and Yada advantage obtained here for Northwestern. That's a good start to a fight, especially when the Discord advantage on the Sigma is so big. Hellspawn goes down as well. No more backline. DPS super low on the high ground. That should be some free push for Northwestern here.
This has been the cleanest Northwestern's looked in a couple of rounds. Actually working as a team here, not giving space over to their opponent, Augustana. Despite having early progress, we'll have to give up this first point.
Yeah, they will definitely have to do so. Of course, they actually lost the fight, and then, you know, the point got capped, so they still have that going for them. And the time was still a little bit slower on the Northwestern side, so there's still some victory there for Augustana. Defense so far off to a good start.
Aggressive hold here by Weezer. Just eyeing out the opposition, daring them to come in.
Don't want to go through a small tunnel when Tortoise almost has a dragon ready. Don't even need a dragon right now though, or find TBD and say it back. But aggressive posture from Hemisphere. Don't know if that's warranted at the moment. If they do get slept, they just get eliminated out of it even. I thought they were nano, weren't they? They were nano. They really took a lot of damage into that one. So far, Castana just very confident in the defense, very effective as well.
This just feels like a different Augustana team. Right? Just not the same squad that showed up on map number 1. Maybe a case of needing to warm up, but they've just kind of recollected themselves here, Classy, and been able to, I think, critically force Northwestern to overthink their approach. And Northwestern has been struggling to kind of find combos to work in their favor.
We might have to talk about a case of plastic hashtag just control things, but there is a, ooh, you can never sleep that one. That's just going to be a very effective Gravitic Flux, it looks like. You do get a little bit more attack Boulevard though. Really good Dragon Strike to counter it. It started off so well, but it ended up so well for Northwestern. They're going to keep pushing this cart. It hasn't gone that far yet into the streets here, but it's definitely going to take some progress now.
Yeah, it really delayed push onto, finish onto Phantasma is actually really big for Northwestern because they don't have anything, right? And there will be a recontest from Augustana here, no doubt about it. So you're looking for a pickup that I don't know will necessarily exist. A Transcendence as well for Sustain. Augustana are in a really good place here to, I think, just buy time on this defense.
That comes through for this. Trying to get something going here. We do have a nice Transcendence from Fancy Stocks to keep everybody nice and healthy, keep the point safely, and Tortoise just on a tear. We thought Weezer was the Hansa specialist, but it looks like they both have a knack for it at this stage. Weezer just chasing everything down together with Phantasma, finishing off targets on and off the points. Everywhere they need to be, Weezer shows up.
That's going to be a delayed pickup onto Northwestern. And I mean, with 140 left, Northwestern are losing ground here pretty heavily. Not much available to them. And I mean, Augustana, the way they play the game now is all about map control. Just holding angles, don't allow Northwestern in for free. Set Tortoise up for these off angles to find those stray headshots. And that also opens up Weezer in the backline. So it's all about playing the time at this stage for Augustana.
Augustana looking for a little bit more of the pulse while on the Van Khan show instantly. Don't stick actually, they just almost walked into it. That's a good opening though. No Ana means no Nano and not a lot of healing missing. Fiddle does answer back in kind, but gets traded by Fancy Stocks. The Transcendence to try and keep this fight alive with 55 seconds on the clock, and they're just going so close to the enemy team. Throwing it in the air, Phantasma and Hellspawn will get caught again. And once, it might just be Hemisphere just again clutching this out for their team. But it's not over yet. We have Fancy Stock still on the card. Will not be able to stop the Sigma. But there is some pushback. And with the respawns coming in, they may be able to recontest. Although I don't think they will.
I think that a delayed pick onto Tortoise denies the contest. It's still not comfortable, though. Because they don't have a lot of room for error on this third phase. Keep in mind, they have to finish the map. On account of Augustana completing all 3 points. So this has gotten a lot dicier for Northwestern.
They do posture themselves very aggressively to this objective. Hemisphere will have to back off though. They almost lose their life for it. This is they want to make that space. They want to spark the push for free as much as they possibly can. He's close to their full spawn. So they're looking for that angle. They're looking it up. And
nice off angle here by Weezer again. This is going to be a pulse bomb.
There they go, into the back line. Won't find a target with the pulse bomb just yet. But they don't have it because Phantasma is cleaning up. There we go. Insult to injury. Just throws that on it. Fiddle used it as Nano Visor though. Not sure if that was the call. Stana doesn't have that one for the next minute. And that's probably enough to never have to worry about it for this map at all.
Yeah, Augustana have put themselves in a position to close this game out straight up. Augustana will have a Kitsune Rush, so obviously extended damage. There's no defensive utility for it in time. I don't think Say It Back will have the Transcendence. In fact, yeah, they just use it right away. This Dragon Strike comes in from nowhere, it looks like.
Somewhere in direction spawn, you think, but
All of a
so
sudden, things
far,
have just gotten a lot
finds
dicier
Weezer with
here
the
for
Storm Arrow. There
Augustana,
goes House
overstepping
Spawn.
their bounds. They try and run through the
Clutch time
Kitsune Rush and
on.
instead
We saw
get
this on
punished for
King's
it.
Row. It's just clutch time. It's just clutch time. There we go. Hemisphere just walks forward, and once again, they just clean up. Guard isn't quite there this time, though. They do still have to win another fight. Respawn's coming in, and this is the hard one. This is where those spawns are so annoying to keep off.
I mean, Dragon Strike will be on the objective here. This may force Transcendence early. Yep.
It will indeed. Maybe not even have been necessary, but it definitely does. Hemisphere does find Fancy Song. This is a good Graphitic Flux as well. No Impertel if you're going to save you from that one. And what started off as a roulette start to a defense in C, this gets things walked through. It's like Northwestern didn't even see Augustana. It was like, you know what?
Man, Northwestern are a study in contrast. At their best, they look dominant, but sometimes seem to lose the thread of the game to just the chaos of nature, and that's where their opponent has space to work. Augustana now, it's a 20-second difference, so it's not like they've guaranteed a loss yet, but it is certainly not the commanding presence that they thought they had on multiple stages of this map to this point. And, I mean, for Augustana, the question still lies. Does your mental hold up strong enough, considering how you kind of have lost ground?
In the same way twice as well, right? Like, it's almost in a very good position, ready to close out a map. Other team sort of squandering resources, and then just walk through in some way, shape, or form. Like, yeah, there's explanations as to why it happens and mistakes that are made. But it's the fact that it happens twice in a row when you've been thrown so many bones by Northwestern, either consciously or subconsciously. It's, yeah, Augustana's gotta be struggling with that a little bit. They do get to start on the defense once again. They get to continue what they started, and a minute would have been enough to hold last time.
I also have a brawl on the objective, so they need to keep Phantasma up when the cart rolls around the corner. Oh, Weezer playing with fire there. Takes a shot to the body, but we'll stay alive for the moment. One fight. That's what Augustana's playing for. One fight.
All they need is one. Probably, I mean, they're definitely going to get at least one, but maybe they get more. Depending on what now Northwestern is going to be able to defend this. Not a lot of risk. Nice to hide behind the sign. 25 seconds on the clock. This is about where you start actively poking and prodding. And there's the first elimination on the Hellspawn once again. Not able to stay alive during this situation. And with your Kiriko being gone, it's a lot of healing being bought away. Weezer barely gets out alive with that one, but that cannot be said for anybody else. Will finally get taken out. That's a team kill. The cart rounding the second corner around Big Girls.
Phantasma makes a switch as well, and they have given up any opportunity to lead. They're not going to be able to contest on this first point. Hemisphere is playing bouncer here. And they just dodge the accretion, so that's the first one. Through the gates they go. I mean,
I was worried when they picked Ramatra as well.
Yeah. You're looking at Weezer now. If you can get a pick off onto the Zen, things are looking a little bit better, but oh my god, that's recall already for us. Weezer has to back all the way up.
They find the Ana though, Vakantia being out of it, and only a Zenyatta in the way means there's a lot of damage that will go unhealed if you keep dishing it out. Stay it back on the Zenyatta, not even close to its Transcendence as well. Still 40% to go. We'll get accretion. This is the point where you start running. This is the point where you start pressuring. Otherwise, that Ana will be back and you'll lose your window. Door will close here. That's a great point for it to do so. Now there's going to be even harder for the supports to help out. Beautiful anti-nade though. They waited too long. Phantasma under pressure. They got to find something now, or it's going to just be stabilization from Northwestern. That's exactly what it's looking like. This card is just rolling.
Man, that was going to be the thing that keeps the tank up as well. Should they get pressured? Weezer trying to find a pulse bomb here on the flank and caught out. They're forced to disappear.
Fiddle in a good position for a flank maneuver, and then also attack fires are coming up soon. It's the Graphitic Flux Dragon combo, Hemisphere Boulevard. They're the ones that keep clutching the situations and keep pushing it further and further. And now with a team kill, this card might almost roll into B. They're gonna be able to contest once more, but it's not looking good for Augustana. They look to be broken.
This is going to likely be the fight win for Augustana once they get to the point, just because they have an ult advantage that's so, vast. But, I mean, you get to the point here. There's that first contest. But Hellspawn's out. They don't have the Kitsune Rush, and this stick needs to be on the right target.
Does get the Ana. Gets her out of the way, but Rita just go instantly down to attack Pfizer and more. It was a good flux, but it wasn't anything to help you out with it. That's another team kill. And when you said it, Lupon, you said, oh, they should win this. They have the old advantage. But we've been saying that so many times about Augustana. They have a lack of closing capacity. They cannot find these wins, these obvious fight wins. And sometimes they pull them out from nowhere.
I mean, Northwestern, every meter they get here is simply a bonus. They were not expected to win that last fight. The value they were able to earn from that Transcendence was unbelievable. And, I mean, Northwestern's already done what they need to.
It'll will fall here. It's a good start to the fight again, but there goes Fancy Socks. A lot of pressure as well into Phantasma. Weezer is looking for an angle, tries to get something down. Finally, the Dragon and follow-up will take down the rest of Northwestern. But like you said, Northwestern has done more than what was necessary to potentially win this map. 120 on the clock for Augustana, and a lot of meterage to push this card.
I mean, that 120 is looking pretty thin. It's looking pretty thin at this point, yeah. Oh, the margins for error simply do not exist. Augustana, the bright spot is that they were able to earn the first point on their attacking half, but without losing a fight. A little bit lucky, one must be said, though, because they did. It was more of a C9 than anything, right? That fight was, in fact, lost.
Yeah.
And I don't think Northwestern is going to give that same level of presence. And Northwestern here, they have basically the whole map to play through. They only need to win one fight. And with a minute 20, a close hold gives them 2 opportunities on first. And then it only gets... I mean, just it doesn't get easier from there.
It's what we keep saying, Greg. Like, the reason why we say they you know, the 120 doesn't matter is because the carts, just by rolling, even with 3 people on it, will take longer than 1 minute 20 to get to that point of victory. So they will always get to overtime, which means it doesn't matter that they have time, other than losing like 1 or 2 fights initially when they come out of spawn. Everything else, they can't lose fights.
Oh, and they're not going to scout this. They did not send a Sonic Arrow in place, and they got caught.
We'll see it now, though. Tortoise definitely knows they're there, but that's it. Hanzo down. The charge into your Sigma. Is there going to be any answer from Augustana? The answer, well, is going to be no to that one. Silence all over as Augustana regroups. At least it was quick. It was only 20 seconds, but it's still 20 seconds. You would have loved for a little bit further than that.
The card doesn't move at all. The Sonic comes too late. They know they're there this time, but I mean, the Gambit's already been sprung. I mean, Northwestern have done what they need to. It's one fight now between them and the 3-0.
The wall, the Hanzo misses the wall climb, and Tortoise is already out of it. There goes Fanstox. There goes Hellspawn. Northwestern doesn't just want to win. They want to declare that as close as you can get, you will never be able to actually close it out against us. This card has not moved further than a 10, almost 11 measly meters. It's rolling back again to 0.0, and Augustana is nowhere to be seen just yet.
And they pick up one.
Sucks.
Shatter in play.
Oh, it's a good counter charge, but they need a little bit more than just a counter charge. They need some eliminations, and they're not coming. That is Augustana failing to get the cart even around that first bend, not even under the bridge of Route 66. 120 was always going to be a long shot to get you that third objective. But Northwestern makes sure they don't even get to see the doors for first.
A little bit of theatrics at the end, but Northwestern, they'll finish it off 7-3, their final score line. And, I mean, what a performance here on this Route 66. From nearly falling by the wayside to a dominant hold at first. And, just a tremendous performance here by Northwestern overall. I mean, listen, a shutout on Lijiang Tower, a close map on Kings Row, even closer yet on Route 66, but close does not count for a victory. And Northwestern will take it and move forward as they have that 7-3 scoreline. Tremendous performance. We'll see them in the playoffs.
Yeah, that also means that Augustana barely doesn't make it to the playoff bracket. They end up too low in their group to qualify. So unfortunately for them, we won't see them in the postseason. But I think they can still hold their heads up high after this series and see
Yeah.
that they've made a very big improvement over the season. Let's hope they don't take the loss too hard. They're able to come back from this. But Northwestern, they do also have a lot to work on based on this series.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, listen, this is it's impressive stuff from Northwestern, and for them now, they'll get to take a moment to celebrate their performance in the regular season, but that's all they get. They'll have to get ready for the next step, the next phase of the tournament, the playoff bracket itself, and excited to see what they can bring. We say farewell, though, unfortunately, to Augustana. A valiant showing here on this final day, but a little too late, as they'll drop from now.
What we won't say farewell from though is the stream, because we have still another match upcoming. It will be covered by two other casters, Nuclear and Ultras, coming at you. So thank you for watching. Of course, come back for the playoffs and for the next game. We're going to be starting that in, about half an hour, I'd say. So, yeah, grab some snacks, grab some more drinks, hydrate, and enjoy the last series of the night.
Here we are, we locked down in different cities, and our virtual connection falls apart. Guess it's been too many years since California. Now the memories of us is all I have. See, one day I'm gonna reach ya, take a plane for many miles. We pretend that time didn't pass us by when we're on Mulholland Drive. I know it won't be long before dawn, gotta be patient for a while. Someday we'll look at stars in this same sky, when I'm on the other side. Take me back to the life that we once knew, when the walls weren't closing in like they are now. Cause it's been too many years since California. I wish I could get there, I don't know how. See, one day I'm gonna reach ya, take a plane for many miles. We pretend that time didn't pass us by when we're on Mulholland Drive. I know it won't be long before dawn, gotta be patient for a while. Someday we'll look at stars in the same sky, when I'm on the other side. Oh. Feel the walking other ways. Now listen, ain't it crazy? Wish you the best on your journey. Last time I saw you, lady, last time I saw you, we were walking other ways. We were walking other ways. Now listen, ain't it crazy? Ain't it crazy? Wish you the best on your journey. Wish you the best. Last time I saw you, lady, we were walking other ways. Now listen, ain't it crazy? Wish you the best in your journey. Last time I saw you, lady, last time I saw you, we were walking other ways, walking other ways. Now listen, ain't it crazy? Ain't it crazy? Wish you the best in your journey. Wish you.
Alright, hello friends, and welcome to the final Overwatch 2 regular season game for the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley Axolotls and the Southwestern Oklahoma State University Bulldogs. Alongside Chase Nuclear Nukem, I'm Berkeley Altcharge Stevens, and we got a first to 3 game for you between two 4-4 teams, and the Axolotl season could be in jeopardy if they get swept, but on paper, Nuke, this one looks really close. How are you feeling about it?
I'm feeling like we're going to have some great Overwatch on our hands tonight, Berkeley. You're absolutely right. With both of them being 4-4 in the regular season going into playoffs, this will affect the seed going into the last part of the season. So last week of the regular season, we're all out. I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be looking pretty great, too, and we're coming off another spicy patch. It seems like the last time I was here was a month ago, and we just got a spicy patch then, so I'm just coming in, casting 2 totally different games of Overwatch, but luckily I've played a few games. I know where the meta's kind of pointing towards. This is a Challengers Division matchup, so we're not going to get anything too advanced, but we should get a pretty good lay of the land for a lot of these new hero changes. Taking a look at the starting lineups, Axolotls up first, or no, this is actually going to be, this is the Bulldogs roster. I promise you, or this is Axolotls. Man, everyone getting the roster sheets backwards here. They should be the blue team, you knuckleheads. Hammy, Nerf, Curse, Viznate, and Self are going to be the Axolotls tonight.
Well, Berkeley, let's see what we're seeing over on the side of Southwestern Oklahoma University. We are looking at Cairo Virus, Sundara, Max Witherman, and Riz on the roster for the team in blue. Excited for the end of the Challengers Division tonight, and across the board, I think this is going to be a close one.
I mean, it should be 2 4-4 teams. Map differential's awfully close. We're going to Oasis for the very first battleground of this first to 3. Nuke, have you gotten a little bit of a feel for what the Overwatch meta's looking like? If not, I'd be happy to tell you what I've learned through these changes. But I would like to pick your brain.
Tell me, no. Tell me your secrets, Wizard.
All right. So the Brig change, obviously humongous. Her rally, she has a 750 HP shield. It's wide. It looks like an old Orisa barrier. She's a force to be reckoned with. Has a stun again. DPS, Cassidy takes a step back. He has 25 less HP. So Ashe really comes back into play.
Unfortunately, she does. But you're absolutely right. Brig has been a force to be reckoned with since the last patch, since I've seen in my lobbies. It's been constant Brig, which the changes have been pretty significant. But I found that it's pretty easy overall to just deal with as long as you have a very coordinated team, right? And as soon as she pops a rally, you just burn it as fast as you can.
Yeah, and her being back into the game too kind of makes a lot of other tanks more valuable, like these playstyles where people like to run a Wrecking Ball with a Brig in the backline and maybe a Zen. That looks a little bit different now just because Brig's role changes a tad bit, but there's all these different comps that were very good for niche teams that, I mean, they could just look a whole lot stronger, and this is one of those divisions where we're not locked into a hard set meta or anything like that. Challenge division, you can really play your strengths. So if someone's hero just recently got buffed, like I know Mercy got some mobility changes, there's a ton of Mercy players in this division. That makes a huge difference in Challengers. And in a matchup like this, where it's going to be incredibly close, we're not going to see these two teams play mirror compositions the entire time. It is going to be just their strength versus the opponent's strength. And it's kind of just a test to see who has practiced more on this patch because so much has changed in the last week.
Oh, absolutely. The patch has completely flipped things as of right now. But, I mean, you're absolutely right. I really would hope at this division we would not see just mirror comps run rampant. I certainly would like to see some Rhine going on with some Orisa. Obviously, Ramatra has been pretty heavy as well. And with the Mercy Pocket on Ashe, that's another resurgence of that duo coming back into the composition. So I certainly hope that we'll see a variety of picks tonight. As we move into the first map, or I think we're still waiting on, no, we're going into Oasis. So as we wait to go into Oasis.
Yeah, we're getting there. For this map, I kind of do expect to see a Brig run, hopefully by one of these teams, just because Control is one of those game modes where she shines a little bit more, but it does look like, as for right now, it's going to be Ana Lucio on one side, and then Kiriko, Mercy on the other. I do love the Bulldogs composition over there. I mean, the Mercy pocketing the Pharah, going to the Soldier as well, that's just bona fide. Like, those are two fantastic pockets. The Axolotls running Riz on a Bastion, pretty scary, not gonna lie. I hate Bastion, Nuke.
I also hate Bastion Berkeley. I completely empathize. Yeah, looking into tonight, pretty eager to see how these comps shape up. You got your Diva dive up against Orion Pocket with the Bastion. Max is going to look to get the first kill with Riz, taking the Pharah out of the sky.
Yeah, Nerf is going to fall down, but get picked right back up thanks to the help of Self, and we do see Max on the Cole Cassidy, so not loving how, you know, playing that hero despite losing 25 HP, you got to be a little bit more careful, especially when playing with a Reinhardt up in the front. You got to know that those break points are a lot more lethal nowadays. Hammy does find another pick. This time it's going to be on to Riz, so we do have them kind of swaying back the momentum of this fight. Both Resurrects have been burned, and the point was given up. Just 20% in, still no ultimates committed yet, but we are well on our way. Nerf is ready with the barrage and wants to let it loose, just trying to close the distance here, but unfortunately Virus is just so healthy on Ryan, he has to find squishy targets. Cairo does go down, Virus overextends as well, but it's still even. The Deadeye getting popped here by Max as he tries to claim some ground up on the front line, but it's not going to be enough.
No, it's not going to be enough, Berkeley. Unfortunately, they were not able to cap. Blue was trying to get in there, but unfortunately there was just way too much thrown at them.
So just for everyone spectating, our logos have swapped over to the proper teams. I didn't want to mess things up there. The Axolotls are the red team. Their logo started on the blue side, so if you were confused, be confused no more. Axolotls are our red team. They currently hold the point. The Bulldogs are going to be the blue. And Nuke, Bulldogs, I mean, they are hurting for ultimates. Diva Bomb flying in over their head. The Kitsune rush as well. Axolotls are just investing early in this point. They don't want the Bulldogs to get anywhere near it.
No, and that's exactly what we're going to see as we see the tactical visor popped by Curse. Moving across the side, finding everyone with Hammy in the front line. This Diva's been an issue for the Bulldogs, to say the least.
And at the end there, I mean, the Axolotls used 4 ultimates. Self popped the Valk at the end. They have Nerf's Barrage coming back online, but where it was a massive ult economy advantage for the Axolotls, I think the Bulldogs are honestly loving that fight. They got 20 seconds left here, and the economy is pretty much even.
Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of a dry fight, I imagine, before they start. They're going to have to get on point and try to fight enough to get these ults online, hopefully make a difference.
Nerf coming in, has the barrage online, could be setting up a bloodbath here. If anyone from the Bulldogs peeks through these doorways, they're going to have hell to pay for it. The barrage comes through. It's going to find nothing, though. Great spacing away from it by the Bulldogs, and they're finding purchase. Kill after kill. Riz pops the visor as well, and it is cleaned up. The Bulldogs are going to be taking this point back for the first time since the start of the round.
Holy moly, they did it, Berkeley. Look at it. They have 2 ultimates to spare as well. The Bulldogs shaping up in this game and showing that they're here to, they're a force to be reckoned with. The Axolotls aren't going to take this one easy.
No, not at all. They've got some ults coming back online. They love to use Hammy's self-destruct as an engagement tool. I'm looking to see if that's going to be the play here, if they want to charge that up. I would imagine they've tracked that Virus has the grab. The Axolotls must know that. They've got to play very cautious and spread out around this. Curse wants to find this ground on the left side, takes a duel, but has to quickly run away. Now Virus can just kind of walk forward, has the grab as well. The opening pick was found by Riz, won the duel against Curse. And now, how do you attack this if you're the Axolotls? You are just stuck here.
Yeah, you have to regroup realistically, or you have to look to get around the other side of the point. Maybe they could go for a flank. That's a good point, Berkeley. They are kind of stuck up there, and Blue's time is ticking for the Bulldogs. They have right around 75% going into the final moments of this point. And that's a huge pick for Max Weatherman getting on Nerf. Self is going to have to use the res, and going into this last fight, that's going to be a Mercy without utility.
Yeah, I mean, a huge res advantage goes the way of the Bulldogs. Self-destruct comes soaring in. Up top goes Riz, trying to deal some damage with those rockets raining down. The grab locks up both supports on the side of the Axolotls, and Self gets dropped by Virus. Curse does pop that tack visor, trying to push forward through the back line, able to take down Riz on the left side. It's still pretty even, though. Hammy's able to win the tank battle, but Sundara reses back up Riz. Got to be careful of that 76 on the outside. Overtime ticking down in the Axolotls, despite being stuck on the coast. They got it done, and they take round 1.
Yeah, that was an insane play from the Axolotls, keeping the Bulldogs off the point and ensuring that they're not getting back, right? Blue doing a great job, though, of coming back from the beginning of the round. It was looking pretty shaky. They were able to get regroup, attack point, and that's what I love about control maps, Berkeley. They could sway in any which direction if you just make 1 or 2 changes.
Yeah, and we saw those changes kind of come through, and it wasn't really huge compositional changes, right? The Bulldogs started on a Reinhardt and then went over to a D.Va. That was really their only major change, and that seemed to be a great answer to Nerf playing Pharah so effectively. They weren't able to get a victory for round 1, but they definitely made this one the close game we expected it to be, so I love how these teams know exactly how they should be adapting to each other. Not trying to change everything, just change enough to get it to work.
Yeah, and that kind of adaptation is what you love to see at this level of Overwatch. Nerf falling exceptionally low, under that 70%, but that's why the Mercy pocket is so good. And with that being said, Sundara going to go down very early to Curses, and that's going to open up the fight for the Axolotls.
Yeah, missing your Mercy here even before using your Resurrect as well. The Axolotls, they got a pretty big advantage here having Self in this fight with a res ready. I mean, they take the point first, now they can just kind of hold it comfortably and even take a risk. Someone can play their life. Like, Nerf is getting aggressive here because he knows that the Bulldogs are down their Mercy and Nerf has a res to burn if Self has to use it.
Yeah, Nerf doing a great job of playing aggressive, right? And to that point, that's exactly what you can do with the Mercy. You can get up in their face, and you know that you're going to have that pocket on your back, right? Speaking of which, Self using their Resurrect as well, she brought up Nerf, and Max Witherman sending Nerf back to the grave. The Axolotls planting their flag on this point, saying, we're not moving.
I was a little bit questionable about Max playing Cassidy for so much of this game just because of that recent nerf. Ashe just seems to be a little bit more dominant, but a lot of these Cassidy players have been playing Cassidy for months now, and it seems like that's the case with Max because he is tuned up to 11 on Cassidy so far in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, for some folks, in terms of Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2, Cassidy is one of those characters where, sure, they changed his grenade, but fundamentally the character plays the same very consistently. So for some people, they've been playing this character for years, right, Berkeley?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, there is like a little bit of change in that grenade, like you mentioned. Also, that grenade was another thing that was changed in the last patch. No longer body shot, one-hit combos, squishies, but still very effective at taking down birds like that. Drops 2 of them. Self and Nerf gets sent packing as the nano boost gets applied to Max. That's how much the Bulldogs trust him. Just give him all the resources, he'll take care of the rest. But the Axolotls, they kind of fought around that very well. They took down Max late in that fight, and they got the other priority targets first.
And that's exactly how you play it, right? Sure, okay, there's a Cassidy with a Deadeye doing it on the other side of point, right? What are we going to do? Play the other side, take out the healers, put distance in between us, and ensure that that LOS is blocked off. That's the kind of macro that's going to put the Axolotls ahead in this game. And sincerely, the Bulldogs are going to have that same applied aggression that we're seeing from the Axolotls in their backline.
Is getting a little bit aggressive here. Close to the copy coming online. Self on the side of the Axolotls has the Valkyrie to be ready to support the entire team as they've got 75% and climbing. Now the Riz has the copy online. Should see it apply to the D.Va, and we do. Trying to charge up that self-destruct before they get demeched, but no! Demeched awfully quickly. The copy is burned. Riz is able to hop back in, but you've got to get quick work done here as Viznate has already taken down the mech of Riz once, trying to do it another time. Finally does get the self-destruct online, and here we could see the Bulldogs get some effective play, but up in the sky, it's Nerf just raining rockets down. Just such a terror. Goes in the backline. Max always has to be looking at Nerf, and Max is who you want looking at everyone else. He's your best damage dealer. He's not allowed to do that effectively if his eyes are always in the sky. The Axolotls take round 2 much faster than round 1.
Yeah, the Axolotls on top at the end of this one, Berkeley. And you're absolutely right. Max has to focus on that pharmacy and cannot juggle focusing that as well as the rest of the team, right? And of course, play the game going back to Max.
He just looked so good. I mean, You had him on to counter the pharmacy, and he did it so well both rounds, but it's just not enough. The rest of the axolotls looked so stellar in their play, and on the side of the Bulldogs, they had some key moments from a few members, but really it was just Max being their heavy hitter the whole time. It seemed like the axolotls were just full of heavy hitters in round one.
Oh yeah, round one, the axolotls came out swinging for sure, and I loved seeing Self on the Mercy doing a fantastic job keeping the rest of the roster alive, especially Nerf up in the sky. But the Bulldogs, for certain, Max pulling in tough in this first round. And maybe, we've talked about it sometimes on the broadcast, but maybe it takes that bit of momentum. Some players just can't jump in and just straight go, right? So maybe they need to loosen up a little bit. And that's why I like Control as a first point. It's kind of quick, fast paced. It gets you really into the Overwatch action.
Yeah, it's very deathmatchy too, so you get to find out if a team has some very key pieces on DPS, like if they want to play certain heroes, for instance, Nerf playing Pharah both rounds for the entire duration of Oasis. Now you can kind of pick your hybrid map around how much natural cover is there up top. Maybe we go to something like Dorado. I know there's a lot of buildings, but you get to the third point, there's a roof over your head, there's no longer natural cover up there. That's going to force a switch eventually from Nerf. That's the kind of thing you want to pick up in Control going forward into Hybrid.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we move forward into Hybrid, what are your anticipations here, Berkeley?
Well, I said Dorado, and that's totally an escort map, but you knew where my brain was at, and I appreciate you for not calling me out.
I gotcha.
Listen, man, I don't know. It's kind of hard because Hybrid is like the one game mode where I feel like you just go King's Row, and if you don't go King's Row, you just go Blizzard World.
You have said this on record.
Yeah, and this kind of happens, I think, every single NECC game you and I have done. We have not seen a different hybrid map than King's Row or Blizzard World. One gets banned, the other gets picked, so we'll see if that's the case. I feel like if a team were to just scrim like Hollywood for an entire week, they could just have a huge advantage because people really aren't ready for that map to come up in the map pool. So
yeah,
I don't really know where they should go, but it's looking like Blizzard or Kings.
It's a pretty viable map. Yep, and it looks like, getting this in now from production, they banned King's Row, and guess where we're going, Berkeley?
I don't have to guess, Snook. I don't have to guess. Yeah, listen, I have no problem with either of these maps. I'm a Reinhardt player, so I love King's Row, and I also like playing Winston, so I love Blizzard World. But we don't see any variety in Hybrid, so you kind of can just tell what a team is going to do after Control based on their strengths. Like, we know Nerf is definitely going to play Pharah at some point in this map. Maybe not all 3 points, but you kind of know what's coming when it comes to these two maps. You just scrim them constantly. You play them in every single league game. It's just routine.
It is, and that's honestly, I think, plays to the benefit of the competitive integrity of Overwatch, right? If you play to the default maps, you're most of the time getting a better understanding of how the other team plays at their default, right? But I also, to your point, would love to see more variety in terms of hybrid. Take me to Pariso. Take me to Numbani. Show me a different hybrid map in NECC. I'm with you there.
And I mean, that is kind of one of those things. Like, I remember back in Season 0, because I'm doing this with NECC for 6 semesters now, Boise State picked the weirdest maps in playoffs. Like, they picked Paris in 2CP when Paris was not in the competitive map pool, but it was in the NECC map pool. Which is like, fine, it's not wrong that they picked Paris, but they scrimmed that map knowing their opponent would definitely not be scrimming Paris. And they won so fast, it was crazy. I think they capped both points with 5.5 minutes on the clock against Midland back in that day. And it was a free win because they're just practicing what they know their opponent's not going to do. And Hybrid is that game mode where you know you're probably going to Blizzard or King. So if you practice like the Numbani, like you said, or a Hollywood, that's a wrench that your opponent may not be ready for. And if you are, that's a map win. It's huge in a series like this.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge. Considering as well that it's viable, it's in the map pool. I mean, it obviously winning or losing the first map determines that, right? Whether you're picking or you're banning, but that is a huge difference. And so I would love to see that variety as well. But looking at these rosters, we're seeing 2 Sigmas here on Blizzard World.
Yeah, poke heavy first point makes some sense. Also seeing a pair of Widowmakers so far, which doesn't surprise me just because it is poke, but Challenger's division, it's not like the S tier hit scan aim, but these are two DPS players who, I mean, Nerf looked so good on Fire. That's a projectile hero. I'm wondering what Nerf can get up to on Widow. And we actually did have Virus and Riz switch roles. Riz is now tanking, Virus is on damage, so Virus is clearly the Widow player on this team.
Yeah, and that's the thing with character, just like having maps that you should go to, there are characters that you should obviously know, and sometimes your tank player is just going to be your Widowmaker, and it usually isn't that case, but sometimes it is that case.
Yeah, this dude is just like warming up in the Widow headshot lobbies like all day, and then he just goes and like locks on Winston for his comp games, and Nerf actually gets the better of Virus to open things up here, but Virus obviously res right back into the fray thanks to Sundara on the Mercy. But now we know that the Axolotls, they can push that aggression, knowing they have a res to burn. Curse can take a duel on a wide angle like we might be seeing here, trying to kick outside and get an angle on this point. Virus is being sneaky though. Knows that Nerf is coming and just wants to get the opening angle and have a cheeky headshot, but luckily for Nerf, he backs off.
But look how much space they've been able to take in such a short amount of time. With, as I'm saying that as well, Curse is falling. The Axolotls having to back up now, and they're just going to get staggered. But the Bulldogs, I keep wanting to say Butler, it's blue. The Bulldogs keep their distance, right? They're able to hold down point. They find their pick, and that's the importance of what a pick can do in Overwatch 2, especially when it is a 4v5 situation. You know, you have to back up in that instance. There's no way you're taking point unless if you get it a pick immediately after.
Yeah, and they tuck into this little cubby hole on the point too really well. The Flux coming in is definitely going to be taking down Max, but they're going to have a res for this. It is going to put Sundara in a dangerous spot. Cairo has to pocket them to keep him alive. Sleep Dart goes in onto Sigma, so Hammy's taking a little bit of a nap right now. Max, once again, the recipient of a nano boost and has the Deadeye in the back pocket if he chooses to pop it. Look how aggressive he's getting. Frontline presence on the Cole Cassidy, but Hammy takes him down. Virus answers with that headshot kill onto self, and now Riz sways it back with a Flux that finds a pair.
Yeah, Wiz is Rico Suave. Got that charm. And Virus finding, is a cherry on top for the Bulldogs, finding the headshot on Nerf to end the fight. What a great showing so far from the Bulldogs, holding point. Kind of leaving the Axolotls scratching their head a little bit as they're getting picked and sort of, after that initial pick, picked apart in these fights.
Yeah, and this is one of those things too where like the Bulldogs, they changed roles. They put Riz on the Widowmaker, and clearly, like you said at the start of the round, like sometimes your tank is your Widow player. Like Virus has done so well on Widow to be the player who started this game on Reinhardt of all things, and then is your Widow player finding opening kills like that. I mean, this is kind of what you need.
Absolutely. Look how they're playing LOS. Not Nerf though. Virus finding another shot, putting them in a disadvantage, and as you can see now, Sigma moving up, trying to send them back, maybe looking for a pick, and the Bulldogs just keeping the Axolotls on the back foot with 40 seconds left to go. The Axolotls have to make something happen.
And here, since we have like a nice free cam perspective, I want to hold this for a second, because look where they're holding, right? This back high ground is where the two snipers set up, the Ana and the Widowmaker, playing that sight line, and we see Riz tuck into that cubby on the objective so much. They're not playing that high ground that's above Riz and to the left, where you see a lot of defenses set up. That just puts you in a ton of danger. But they tuck back in. They make the Axolotls take angles like this. It's got to pay off for Curse because he has the visor in the Mercy pocket, but Virus gets rezzed back up, and now it's a problem. Max is up there now, finds the kill onto Curse. Sundara goes down, so that's trouble for the defense. Hopefully Max is able to hold it down with Riz, but it's not going to be easy, Nuke.
No, it's not going to be easy itself. Actually falling into the middle.
Oh!
The Peacekeeper, and they're not going to touch. Oh, they wrapped around the side. Unfortunately, they were going for a flank and got pulled off of point.
There was a C9 in the last game on stream too, that Man of Class and LaFawn were casting, and it was like a sneaky C9 where they killed 4 out of 5 people and the Junker Queen was just on point and capped it. But that one was like, Hammy just needed that jump cooldown in a half a second, and they would have contested and probably won and taken first point. Instead, we have a full hold. How the tables have turned.
How the turntables have turned indeed, Berkeley.
Sometimes the cookie crumbles and the chocolate chips fall out, Chase.
Sometimes. Honestly, I think a lot of that around can be attributed to how Cairo and Sundara played around each other, right? Every time Blue got low, every time the Bulldogs, the Axolotls pushed up, they kept their cool. They trusted Virus to get the shots off with Max, because obviously we saw that in round 1 with Max. Riz was able to take the space, but every time Sundara had to move into a comparable position, right? You said they held this high ground. There was a couple of times where the Axolotls were pushing in and they had to get back on point. Cairo just kept Sundara alive the entire time. So I think the supports going into the second round are going to be crucial now to take the point like they defended it.
Yeah, and Cairo definitely knows that Sundara is your most valuable player, especially when she has Res online still. Pocketing Sundara as much as you can to just keep your Mercy alive with that Res, that not only keeps your Mercy alive, but that's going to keep someone else alive once their life expends or gets stolen away. On the side of the Axolotls, they've got Viznade on the Baptiste now. It's pretty hard to heal a Mercy flying around as Bap. As Ana, you can quick scope it in the air, it doesn't really matter, but Bap, it's hard, and you just made a great point that Cairo is just putting so much into Sundara that the Axolotls, it just seems like their Mercy's having a little bit of a tougher time living because they're not getting that pocket.
No, not exactly. And you know what I noticed just now? Virus is on Hanzo. Virus being on Widowmaker last round, showing that they have the aim. This is going to be huge, especially into Nerf's Bastion.
Yeah, I do like the Hanzo pick into a Bastion. Might not pan out for him here. They've also got Hammy on the Ramatra, and they want to go forward, but Nerf in turret form is going to keep them back for now. Big Brother just stiff-arming the Bulldogs away for the moment. Hammy, I mean, I love the Ramatra switch, too. We talked about small adjustments not changing everything. The Axolotls changed darn near everything. Pocket Ash, Bastion, Ramatra. This is a new look.
Yeah, well, they had to, right? They noticed how fierce the Bulldogs came out round 1, and they recognized they needed full hold.
And I mean, they just gave up 15%, so already you're getting a little nervous here because, of course, you want to pay so much attention to one side of this point, but you can't step off it. You can't play this back high ground the entire time. The Flux comes in from Riz. He wants to take down the back line right here. That's going to take down Self and Curse, and this is just disaster unfolding as Riz comes in. The bloodbath continues, and it's going to be the Bulldogs here evening up the series score, 1 map apiece.
Wow, doing it in great fashion as well. Just patiently waiting the Gravitic Flux from Riz. Riz recognizing, all right, sure, they got Nerf's Bastion in the middle of the point that they're pocketing, but what if I just wait till he's out of turret form, walk around him, and with Gravitic Flux the backline, which is exactly what happened, and how the Bulldogs were able to take it.
I mean, this was just a really good playing of Blizzard World for the Bulldogs. The team that lost Oasis 2-0, and they looked worse in the second round of Oasis, but then on Blizzard World, they just ruled the world. A full hold and a quick take on, like, their second attack. I mean, now if you're the Axolotls, you felt like you had a ton of momentum after map 1, and that's all gone. It's a new game.
It looked like it. I mean, they certainly looked strong in the first round. We were like, oh, okay, well, this is looking tough. And then round 2, the Bulldogs just pulled ahead. So going into round 3, I mean, this is what I love to see at the end of a season. We have 2 teams, 4-4. This is as close as it gets before playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, this is fantastic. There are seeding on the line, too, because there's 3 4-4 teams in this Challengers division itself, so there's a lot at stake. I mean, you could be playing an opponent who is the 2 seed, or you could be playing the 6 seed. We could actually see this rematch in round 1 of the playoffs. That is a possibility here, so sit back. There's a lot on the line. Map 3 is coming up right after this break. Welcome back, everyone. We got map 3 on the deck for you, and we're going to be heading over to Junkertown for our escort battleground. Nuke, what do you think? The Bulldogs just made a statement on Blizzard World. Do hungry dogs stay eating? What's going to be the story here for Junkertown?
I think these Bulldogs are starving for this win, if I'm honest, Berkeley. And I think going into Junkertown, the whole ploy around Junkertown was this Widowmaker battle, for sure, between Virus and Nerf. 100%. I think that's why we're going to Junkertown. It's the finale of this Widow battle to really set the scene going into the rest of the series for who's pulling ahead, because this map will determine a lot. Whoever wins this will be ahead in the series, pulling ahead 2-1, and will be on their map point.
And I don't believe there were any role changes or subs made, so I would imagine we do get that Widow matchup. But something interesting that happened round 2 of Blizzard World is we saw a Hanzo get thrown out, and that can be equally as effective here. So I'm wondering if that's just kind of, I don't know. Do you want to see a Widow duel, or would you rather see a Widow Hanzo? Like,
there is no duel between a Widow and a Hanzo. The Hanzo just wins.
That's what I think too. But
you're right. We could see the Hanzo. I think that's why we went to this map, though. Really, the flex around aim that we saw at Blizzard World. I think that we're gonna see the same sort of retaliation going into Junkertown.
Could see different tanks too. I mean, Sigma does get a fair amount of playtime on this map, but wouldn't be shocked if we saw like an Orisa, maybe a Wrecking Ball, something of the sorts. We could get something totally different too. We never really know at the end of the day. But what we do know is it's 1-1. And the strengths that we saw the Axolotls display on Control where Nerf played the Pharah, that's really not something you could do the last two maps. Blizzard World, Point 1, and Junkertown, those aren't good maps for that. So I was surprised to see the Axolotls actually pick Junkertown because they just got slapped around on a poke map, and they did so well on maps where Nerf can play Pharah.
They did, and that's a bit surprising to me as well. Maybe Nerf wanted to prove a point here, and they felt this was the map to do it. We are seeing Hammy and Riz go to the Sigma again, looking for the poke here, but we are going to see hit scan on both sides. And I'm not just talking about Curses and Max Witherman and Virus and Nerf, obviously, but we've got Cairo back on the Ana. We got Viznate on the Kiriko now. So I'm liking the switch from the Axolotls because Cairo has had such a massive impact going into this series. For Game 3, having that Immort is going to be huge for the Axolotls.
Yeah, and we'll see how it pays off because we know just what Cairo's been doing, right? Those cooldowns come up faster, and Cairo's been getting the most out of them. And it seems like the Axolotls, they don't love to play the Ana, but Curse loves to play Soldier 76, so maybe the Axolotls could benefit from it. We'll have to see how it plays out, obviously. What I do like about Curse being on the 76 is he can just sprint around and get active on flanks, but if he's doing what he's doing right now, playing that main sight line, not trying to go around the backside or coast side wide, then that's where you're not getting the most out of Soldier 76. You want to be so active with that sprint.
You do. Yeah, you want to be able to get the flanks, come back around, and unfortunately not get hit by the dynamite as at Max Witherman gonna take out Curses. And Virus now having the only flank for the Bulldogs. The Axolotls gonna get the res off and continue the push.
Dynamite comes in here as there's a little bit of a scuffle in that Mega Helipack room. Cairo is going to be the point of pressure here for the Axolotls, but Cairo's playing so far back, it's going to be tough. Oh, this is going to hurt. What a slam. Riz slams down 4. Everyone's a squishy. Sundara is able to get the res up on Virus as well, and that is how you sway a fight, Bulldogs.
Yeah, absolutely. Riz, I mean, looking for the ebb and flow and really able to get in there. Every time we've seen a push move in, we've seen Riz as sort of that counter. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction, and Riz is that equal and opposite reaction.
Coming up here in the next fight, Hammy's gonna bring up the Flux, trying to slam Riz down. Nice nano boost there, applied onto Riz by Cairo to keep the Sigma in the fight. Not just in the fight, but strong on the front line. Able to take down Viznate with those Hyper Spears and continue pushing forward. What a great counter there by Cairo. Once again, Cairo is just showing us that they are just a quiet superhero in this game.
Yeah, and Riz showing that not just showing the charisma on the Axolotls, but charisma to their own team, getting the nano from Cairo. Riz really shining, I think. This was a great switch, putting Virus on this Widowmaker and Riz on tank. It's just worked out so well for the Bulldogs since they've made the transition.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Riz is definitely no slouch on Sigma, not really looking like a DPS main on Sigma, playing it so effectively. But Katuna Rush does come through here to lead off the fight. We do see the Axolotls switch over to a Junker Queen comp, and now they've got nothing to block this damage from the Bob or anything else, and they are just at the mercy of the Bulldogs once again. Chase, they only have 65 seconds to figure out an effective plan.
Yeah, they don't have much time at their disposal whatsoever, or ultimates for that matter, Berkeley. They have to get it into gear, and the Axolotls recognizing this is it. Hammy making the transition over to Winston might be what this team needs. Curse is going to have attack visor up. Nerf making the full transition over to Tracer, so they're going to go for this dive comp to end it out. Self is on the Lucio, and this could be what they need. They're going to wrap around the outside. I love the way that they're going to try to attack this, but Virus getting a couple of quick kills is going to send him straight back into the spawn room, Berkeley.
Oh, Virus just made that hurt so bad. Finds the end headshot there onto Hammy. 20 seconds left. There is time for the Axolotls to get back in this. They're going to be going up against the Bulldogs, likely with a nano boost in this fight, but the Axolotls will have that visor. They've got to make the most out of it. 10 seconds to get to the objective.
Yeah, they're grooving and schmooving, and they're going to touch. They're going to make it in time. On point now, Riz trying to stay alive. The tag visors pop from Curses. It's exactly what they needed going into the back line, trying to find some kills, but nothing is at the disposal as Virus is going to peek and get the headshot on Curses. And a second on Bizney! Virus putting the nail in the coffin for the Axolotls.
Virus just toying with his food all round long here on Junkertown Point 1. Riz has held down the front line with force, and then Virus has just been unkillable so far back in that fight. Every single time, fight after fight, you just can't get to Virus, and he is executing, he is hitting shots, he's making a huge difference, and it's another full hold for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, all I have to say is I really hope the Bulldogs or the Axolotls for this next round put on their pharmaceutical masks and get ready, because a virus is coming, and the Bulldogs are quickly pulling this series away from the Axolotls on the reins of this composition switch that has since worked for this roster.
Yeah, and if I'm the Axolotls too, like, of course you want to circle back to your strength that was the pharmacy in round 1, but Nerf is not going to have an easy time playing that against Virus playing Widowmaker so well. So if you're the Axolotls, like, you really just don't know what direction you want to go. Right now it's just the Bulldogs playing their game and the Axolotls being forced to answer. And clearly they didn't really devise a plan until the last 2 fights where they ended up going dive. Yeah, we're seeing the pharmacy. There's not a lot of cover on this map, Nuke. This could be a wash.
Where I'm from, they call this a no bueno, Berkeley. This is a no
What state
bueno.
are you from? Because I'll argue that they don't call it that.
Don't worry about it, Berkeley. Either way, they did choose. Okay, wait, did they swap?
They did.
Did they go back and swap immediately? Okay, they swapped. They were on the pharmacy and then made the transition back over. I like this composition a lot more for certain. But you're absolutely right. We've seen the Axolotls stuck on the back foot for this reason. This is the reason they're on the back foot. Someone, please get them a mask.
Spain without the S. Right there. Virus opens up a fight with another headshot kill. Just gives the Axolotls no breathing room. Like, you can't play with confidence if every time you walk around a corner by the slightest of margins, you just get dropped. Takes down Viznate as well. Virus is a man possessed. This dude's on fire.
And it's most certainly working. Oh no, the back line getting stuck with the Winston, but it doesn't matter. Winston going 9-9 Cairo, getting the sleep off. Not long enough, gonna fall, however, but Hammy unable, trying to make the jump, unfortunately getting stuck on the top of the overlay, or the overhang. This is going in the way of the Bulldogs heavily on the back of Virus, finding another pick on Curses. Not to say the rest of the roster isn't doing their job, but Virus is just finding these headshots left and right.
This dude is mean. He showed up angry to map 2 and 3, locked on the Widowmaker, and says, I'm in control now. Virus has just found picks in just the most opportune times, and the payload is going to cruise into its final destination here on Junkertown. Bulldogs are up 2-1.
With the Axolotls having no answer either, right, so far. They came out strong in that first round. They showed the Bulldogs what's what, but since it's been the dog pound. Taking control with Virus at the lead as the Alpha.
Oh. Thing of beauty, this play. The headshot up in the flux too, just taking advantage, and then hits this one onto the Winston. Just a little bit of a burst spray there. Thought it was scoped originally in the kill feed, but Virus just can't be stopped. If you're the Axolotls right now, you have to pick a map that you don't think Virus is gonna play Widow on, because right now that is what's controlling this game.
Yeah, they have to force Virus off this Widow, or find a composition that works around it. I think the dive would have worked had they given it enough time, but it was such a quick second decision at the end of the round. You didn't really build any of the ults or the synergy around dive, right? Dive is something that you have to have a lot of coordination with in order to execute effectively, and I think that was more of a last second save than comp decision. So going into this next game, the Axolotls have got to figure out what to do against this Widowmaker.
Yeah, and if there is going to be a Widowmaker and if Riz is going to be on Sigma,
True.
you've got to take
True.
all the focus off of Riz because Riz is so good at playing his life on Sigma. You've just got to find those squishies around him, right? Just find those vulnerable targets because if Riz is getting a pocket from an Ana and a Mercy comes in for that little extra boost whenever Riz needs it, Riz is not going to go down. You've got to get a support first. You've got to get a DPS first. Try to find a second pick when they go for that res. You just have to play around not killing Riz first. Put your focus elsewhere or else it's just going to spill out and we're going to have a 3-1.
Yeah, because I mean, Riz has shown that they're very comfortable on this role. You know, I'm more than happy. And looking at the roster for Southwestern Oklahoma State, Riz and Virus are both of the flex players, and I'm sure that that's something that they, you know, talk about going into these matches is, okay, who's starting on what, and if this goes wrong, how are we swapping? I love to see that there's not just a character change in terms of composition for this roster, but like an entire play style change around those two flex players.
Yeah, it's been nice to watch too and kind of refreshing that when your tank switches over to a DPS, they're not playing something niche like a Torb or a Sim, which is what we do see a lot of like tank players switch over to just because those are some DPS heroes where it's like, all right, this person really plays Overwatch with their brain, not so much their mechanics. Like tank players, I'm not saying they're not mechanical. Like I am a tank player, right? So don't misinterpret this. I'm not trying to start a war here, but tanks usually play with like resources in mind, way more than just I'm gonna go Widow and headshot everyone in the lobby time after time, which is what Virus is doing.
Exactly, and it's working out. So going into this third round, eager to see if the Axolotls are able to come back or the Blue Bulldogs are going to take it ahead. We saw a ban on Coliseo, and we're going to New Queen Street next.
Yeah, and Nuke, I'm not gonna lie, I'm low masters on DPS, but I have found that this is actually a very Widow strong map for a good Widowmaker. You can stay away from the fight, you can get long sightlines and be pretty much an undivable target. Of course you do have to round corners every now and then, but if you look at this, I mean, it's just super linear with long sightlines. Widow can thrive here. I expect Virus to play it.
Yeah, I mean, and in comparison to the alternative options for push, right? This is sort of the corner that the Axolotls find themselves in. Because a lot of the push maps, Coliseo, even a bit of Esperanza, there's a lot of long sightlines. So I think that it's very possible that they've just found themselves in this corner where now they're forced to deal with this Widowmaker.
Yeah, they're going to have Nerd on the Tracer, Curse is on the Soldier 76, Hammy making a big switch over to Doomfist. First time we've seen this hero played so far, and that's going to be what they hope to close the distance onto Virus with, maybe tracking down Sundara. I mean, there's a lot of options you can take, but you got to find this guy first, because Virus is going to make you pay. Opening pick again, this dude is just possessed. He is just such a force to be reckoned with.
Virus is the type of Smash player that plays Falcon and immediately runs across the screen and just hits you with an up smash or a forward smash. This is the type of person that wastes no time whatsoever to get the blood in their eyes, and showing it very prominently on this push map as well. You're absolutely right. Hammy on this Doomfist could have a high impact for the Axolotls, but they need to find Virus. They need to put the focus on chasing down Virus as the #1 priority for the Butlers, or the Bulldogs team.
They're going for him so hard right here, but they definitely lost sight of him. Virus gave him the slip right there, and you can tell once Virus was off their screen and they couldn't relocate him immediately, they didn't know exactly what to dive, but they did kind of come up with some targets. It was just a little bit too late because the rest of the Bulldogs were ready. And the coordination for the Axolotls just kind of came apart. They had a really good plan and they executed at the start, but Virus just gave them the slip.
Virus did give them the slip, sent them home for about 3 to 5 days, and They're just gonna have to get it out of their system after this virus. Finding another one on Self, and I mean the Axolotls now having just Biznate alive, and the confidence behind the Bulldogs just pushing up, now knowing, all right, we only need one on this robot. Let's let Virus have free reign on where they're wanting to take these fights, and we'll just have someone on the robot pushing while they're taking these offenses.
They're going with the Pharah. Is it going to be answer? Virus is just ridiculous so far in this game. We got to get the CDC involved because we're getting to a full-fledged pandemic here. Virus has just been taking over the Axolotls and causing death after death, and the Axolotls haven't come up with an answer yet. Now that Anaboost goes in onto Riz and he makes the deep dive, has Primal Rage ready to go. Let's see what he chooses to juggle. Goes up top, trying to buzz down Nerf, but nothing doing right there. Still, though, the bot continues to just slowly march forward. Meteor Strike for Hammy coming through. Virus has finally died here on New Queen Street, but it's not over yet. The Axolotls have to find more, and they've got to do it now.
Ooh, with the attempt to find more, they're going to come up a bit short-handed. Berkeley Nerf finding the quick pick back onto Max, and Sundara getting the res onto Virus could put the Bulldogs back in the fight, but I think instead they're going to opt to just back up. I mean, what's the rush? They are maybe 3 minutes in and they have 25 meters left to the end of this map. They just have to win a couple of fights and it's closed case. But looking at the end of the Axolotls, they do have 3 ultimates online and they're finding a couple of picks with a massive barrage coming through for Nerf. Cairo gonna hit him with the biotic grenade and Nerf falling unfortunately for the Axolotls. So it's going a bit back and forth now, but the Axolotls coming out on top, and I think they're going to finally start their push.
Yeah, Chase, this is what we talked about in the pregame before Map 1. Challengers Division is one of those divisions where it has to be strength v strength. Don't play the other team's game, play your game. They slapped Nerf back on the Pharah. Of course, it doesn't look awesome going against an insane Widowmaker, but you got Virus to switch. This is what they were playing on Oasis, and Axolotls took that. They're down here on New Queen Street big, but they've still got a chance. Nerf goes down there, does take himself out with Virus simultaneously, and the res is going to be online there for Sundara, so we do have one bird back in the fray, only for the Bulldogs for the time being. Hammy says, actually, we're back to no birds, and the Axolotls hopefully can keep this pushing forward a little bit more. Hammy just being as aggressive as possible on Doomfist. I love this. What a turn of events here for the Axolotls. Slapping on a Doomfist of all heroes to answer what the Bulldogs have brought forth.
Yeah, the Axolotls not only found their masks, I think they got vaxxed a little bit. Definitely putting up a fight now against Virus. This is exactly what they were pushing for, Berkeley. And in my eyes, the Axolotls it's more leaning in their favor. They did what they needed to do. They needed to get Virus off of that Widowmaker, and they successfully done it. So now it's a matter of whether or not, you know, we saw a struggle there for a minute between both the teams as they made their transition. But now that the Axolotls came out on top, it's going to be in the Bulldogs' court to really deliver on getting these first picks with as much impact as they saw on the Widowmaker.
Coming up to this next fight, as the bot does reach the objective here for the Axolotls, they really turn things around nicely. Nano boost onto a Bastion, that's going to be awfully deadly here. The Bulldogs come out with a big bark. Virus takes down 2, easy cleanup work, and the bot starts to jog back toward the Axolotl spawn.
Yeah, narrowly getting it. It looks like actually they did get the forward spawn, so it wasn't all for naught for the Axolotls. Virus again! Sent Selfs back to spawn, Self flew back, had the staff ready, and just fell another time. You're absolutely right. Virus is just unforgiving.
Yeah, I mean, I said he showed up to this game angry once he was on DPS, and he's just furious right now. And I think the Axolotls are furious as to how they have to play against him. This is looking pretty cheeky, though. It's only got to find 1, maybe 2. Sundara goes down as well, so there's not going to be a resurrect here. The Axolotls with a great spawn advantage. They could come out and take this bot back, but it's going to be some pretty heavy lifting because the Bulldogs, they're still barking loud right in their face. They're not going to give up any ground here.
They're not going to try to give up any ground, and I think they're going to do their best to just back up a little bit. That's what I love about push, right? You don't need to just entirely lose the fight. Give them a little bit of robot leeway for your team to come back and engage on your terms. With both tanks now being on Diva to sort of combat all of the DPS coming out on either side, this final fight is going to be who stays in mech longer, and that's going to be a huge self-destruct, taking out Biznate with Virus on self early in this fight. But wait, flatback from Curses and Hammy, taking out Max and Cairo. This is a bloodbath, Berkeley.
Those Diva Bombs had no business finding anyone. There was so much cover. Biznate even died with the Immortality online and just could have thrown it at his feet. But like those Diva Bombs were just so chaotic in the middle of the map that they were very effective. The Axolotls actually keep possession of the bot here, and they're very close to the checkpoint. They don't have the advanced spawns yet, though.
They're gonna give it up. You know, kind of a very proud thing to do. Just back up, say, hey, you know what? We can't take it. Give it a second. We have Kitsune. We're gonna go in on that. And that's exactly what they do. They're gonna dive the back line. They're looking for Virus to get back there. Nerf is gonna find it. Now Nerf down one of the DPS, looking for the other to go full raid. Gonna find it. Max Weatherman, Sundara falling as well. Curses and Nerf are on a full rain, full spree. Nerf in the sky taking out Cairo. This is an unhinged Freebird.
I mean, we saw how these comps played out on Oasis. I gotta give the edge to the Axolotls. They're about to take the lead. Nerf is just in control of the skies right now, and now that the Axolotls don't have to, play so passively around the sightlines of Virus popping off on Widowmaker, they can kind of step into more aggressive angles. It has just transformed their team. Nerf does get slept out of that barrage, but it's gonna be okay. Another ultimate coming online for the Axolotls. The Valkyrie is there if they need it. Sundara pops the Kitsune rush. Virus is able to just kind of march forward in turret form, and he's too lethal. Axolotls have to back off right now. The game is just in this moment of breathing. And the Axolotls trying to stay alive. They pop the Valk, but not in time to save Nerf.
And that's the value of having Riz on this Diva. Riz doing a great job of finding these picks and putting pressure on Nerf. But is it enough pressure? That's what we're really having to ask going fight to fight. So far, it's looking like it is, with the Blue Bulldogs having 3 ultimates online, the Axolotls only having 2. We're gonna hear Virus popping the cannons now, looking for a couple of picks. Unfortunately, not cleaning the basket on anything quite yet. That's gonna be Axolotls quite a bit of time to build ultimates as well, Berkeley. They have self-destruct and Kitsune coming online.
Man, they just took down Nerf too. That is massive. That could be a big bomb though. Nice immortality there by Sundara to keep herself alive, and a bigger bomb there from Riz is able to take down Self, and we could see the Bulldogs here just once again kind of retreating briefly before going back forward, but with Virus getting taken down, it's just gonna have to be a wash. The Axolotls have possession. They have 40 seconds left to win this map and keep this series alive.
Man, I'm really feeling for Self, just finding themselves in the most precarious situations so far this series, Berkeley. Not expecting the Diva Bomb to be there, and voila, boom, like a Symmetra is also on the field, teleported right behind him. The Axolotls are going to have to be very careful about their positioning going into this final fight, because not only do they need to win this fight, they have one more fight ahead of them to make that final push, that final touch to get ahead.
And Nerf wants to poke and prod at the back line, but can't quite get around the buildings in time or safely with Max back there. Max gets another nano. They love slapping the nano boost onto their Cassidy, and I love that play as well. You know Nerf is up in the skies being a terror. Biznate goes down, as does Hammy out of the neck, and this should be smooth sailing. The barrage from up top gets eaten up as Riz is there in response as the tank and overtime ticks down. It's going to be the Bulldogs taking the series 3-1.
And doing so in such a flashy fashion, Berkeley. I mean, losing the first round, coming back the next 3, we call that a soft sweep.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, especially the way they lost Oasis 2, where it was 99-99 round 1, but they kind of got bodied round 2, and Nerf was looking like a world eater on Pharah. And then this game just kind of transformed. They go strength v strength here on push. They go Virus on the Widow, Nerf on the Pharah, and the Bulldogs got the last laugh.
And the Axolotls putting up a great fight, a journey to get them there. They went through comp after comp, and eventually they found that one hinge that made Virus switch over to the Echo, and from there it was an even fight, a bloodbath, a brawl, like I was saying, going into the final 2 minutes of that last game. What a push map to be had, and what a great way to end the regular season here in the Challengers division.
Yeah, that was fantastic stuff. I'm trying to go take a peek at the leaderboards here to see if I can figure out how this is going to impact seeds for playoffs. I believe this is going to put the Bulldogs up into the 4 seed, maybe even the 3 seed. No, definitely not the 3 seed. All right, so they're going to be the 4 seed going into playoffs. I like to know that because that just means that they're going to be playing a bottom seed. This could be a rematch. This, like, very realistically, could be a rematch. Either that or they're going to be facing the University of British Columbia Serpents, who are another one of those 4-4 teams. We'll have to see how their game shakes out this week, but Nuke, if this was a rematch in the playoffs, I would like to see it because the Axolotls know what they're dealing with now, and I think they could answer it well.
There's certainly a storyline now between these two teams for certain, Alt Charge. I think that this would be a great playoffs match, maybe to have like in the semifinals. I know it's 4-4 teams, but they were looking really strong out there. And honestly, if you look through their season before we started the match, I was looking individually at their games, and both of these teams have had quite an end of the season. So certainly anything could happen in playoffs, and I would hope to see them in a rematch.
Yeah, hopefully they meet again. I mean, that is the storyline that you would love to see. Also, Nationals can kind of go different ways too, like out of divisions. Like, there's been times
True.
where we have so many challengers divisions, and some are very close and play at a higher level than other challengers divisions. So, if you're able to win your group stage, make it out of your divisions, Nationals is always wide open. Like, we see 7 seeds beat 1 seeds all the time because you never get to compete against people who aren't in your division, who are still ranked in your division, area code division versus skill tier division, if you're trying to understand what I mean. But
Division versus conference, right?
Yeah, if you can make it through groups, you have a really good chance at nationals, and that's what these teams are gearing up for.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really the end of the regular season for us, Berkeley. I mean, this has been a fantastic season. We got playoffs ahead of us, and after playoffs, nationals. So really is one journey ends, another door opens as we head into the end of the season, and it's been quite a one for the books.
Yeah, and it's been cool hanging out with all of you who are watching and supporting your teams going through the 9 weeks that this regular season's been. A lot of you are probably first-time collegiate esports fans, and it's a really cool scene to be a part of because this is one of the unique sports where it's at every single level in collegiate, right? It's not just like you have to throw a baseball 85 miles an hour at least if you want to play. Like, you can just hop on Overwatch and find a team at your college and probably make one of the rosters. There's so many rosters at these schools where it's just such a great time to be involved in collegiate esports. And as the regular season comes to a close, I hope you continue to be fans of your teams going through playoffs because they need that support more than ever.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more, Berkeley.
All right, Chase, that's going to do it for us. Closing down the B stream. There's not going to be a B stream for playoffs, so this is going to be the last Overwatch here for the semester. We're going to be rocking on the A stream in just a couple of weeks for playoffs, so come back then, cheer on your team. We'll see you there.